a key issue right now, because they're making it sound good, but unless you know a little bit of the history, it's not what they're making it out to be. So I'll turn it over to you, Janice.
Thanks, Ron. Just trying to get this slide set up, or the screen set up so you can see this slide, because I want to start with this slide as it captures our inherent jurisdiction through our laws and ceremonial governance that were given to us by Kseimantu. And really, when we treaty, that's the place that we start, or Canadian law's interpretation of our treaty is. I want to start from this because these teachings come, I'm very privileged that I have people in my family that have learned these teachings and had enough pity on me to transfer some of these teachings over to me once I finish law school. Because in law school, they don't teach you these things. They teach you a very Munyao colonized understanding of our treaties are and what the Crown First Nations treaty relationship is. And so I want to start from this place because these teachings come from my chapan, the late Peter O'Cheese, and this was transferred to my aunts. And when I first started working for Onion Lake, they recognized that I had a very colonial understanding of treaty, and that they wanted to unravel the colonial understanding so that I would be grounded in the ceremonial understanding of what our treaties are. This is not working, sorry. Give me a second.
Technology is a good thing to have, but sometimes I'm just wondering how many of you have had this happen. Before GPS, we used to find almost any place we go to. Now that there's GPS, it almost seems like you need it, in order to go down this street, down the other one. So it's good and bad in a way. Same with technology. So turn it back to you, Janice.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this out. We had it there and then I moved it to the next slide and now it's stuck here. I really just want to show this slide because this comes from petroglyphs. And these petroglyphs were not put on the land by a human being. They were put on the land by the Creator as a reminder to us that when we came here as pitiful human beings, that we would have things on the land that would remind us of what our teachings are, what our laws are, and what our governance structure is. And if we forgot them, because things happened over time to our people, that we could always go back to these petroglyphs as physical reminders and how we are to live our life if we're living our life in accordance with Creator's laws. Okay, there we go. So this petroglyph comes from Little Black River in northern Manitoba. And the way that my Muslim Jimmy taught this to me, and my auntie and uncle, is that this was the place that Wisaki Chok went to fast, and because of the symbolism and the significance of this petroglyph, of what it represents in relation to our treaties. In the petroglyph writing on both sides, it just has the 5 dots on both boxes coming across. And I want to start with this slide because the spirit and intent as the petroglyph teaching informs us of what the treaty is and what the treaty relationship is. So without getting into detail about the top 5 dots, basically what those are our Creator's natural laws, and there's 4 foundational laws that are there, which is sharing, strength and determination, honesty, and kindness. And when our people met the Queen's representative and her people that were sent here, our understanding when we entered into this treaty was that we would share the land to the depth of the plow, not to be exploited or taken over, but share. We would be kind to each other, we would be honest with one another, and we would be strong and determining in our own ways, laws, and way of life. And these 2 lines represent our path forever, and this is also symbolizes the 2-row wampum, which are relatives in the east, the Haudenosaunee, have symbols and teachings around that. And basically that means we were to continue in our birch bark canoe and them in their ship along this river of life forever in perpetuity another. And this box on the left on our the reserved lands that we agreed to have set aside were for and purpose, so there wouldn't be any interference from Namunyao or Crown. We would continue to live our way of life within the boundaries of the reserved lands that we had set aside. And these boxes coming across, these represent the laws that would be introduced by Canada in the future that would be an invitation to have us abandon our side of this treaty and our jurisdiction, to invite us over to their side so that we become absorbed into the Canadian body politic. And we release ourselves from the treaty and we become Canadian citizens under Canada and their laws and their policies. When this petroglyph was being taught to my family in the 80s, the old man that all of the laws that we're facing right now were, but what he did say was he was very specific in saying that in the future Canada's going to be introducing these laws around land, taxation, education. He named them. He was very specific. And so you have to think about the brilliance that our people had and have around utilizing our own ceremonies to be able to see into the future. And we do have that ceremony. And that was the same ceremony that our ancestors used at treaty making to see into the future about what we would need to go into the treaty, which were things like the medicine chest, the schoolhouse. And we didn't interpret it the way that the Munyao people do, to say, okay, the medicine chest includes all these things. But the point of these boxes coming across are to represent a bridge to have us abandon our side of the treaty to go over to Canada, on Canada's side. And what this UNDRIP action plan is essentially building this bridge over to their side to have us abandon our treaty relationship. And they've couched it in such language that makes it difficult to unpack the real meaning behind when they say reconciliation, a recognition of rights, nation-to-nation relationship, government-to-government relationship, all under this agenda that they refer to as reconciliation. So I want to start with that because this grounds us in our spiritual, ceremonial understanding of the treaty, which is a small piece that I've been privileged to learn by people in my family. And so with that lens and that perspective, when I read documents, this is what I see happening. Actually, since 2015, a report that I read identified that there were over 50 laws that were either since 2015. That's only in 9 years we've had this introduction of laws and policies come into existence that would impact our way of life. Since 2017, you have things like the First Nations Land Management Act being changed, in the Indigenous language legislation that deals with children, child welfare, the split of the two departments, a new fiscal relationship, which is getting us to move over to what is called a 10-year funding grant, which makes significant changes to our current funding. There's changes happening in education and health, and then this UNDRIP action plan is implementing Bill C-15, which was the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. So all of this stuff is happening, changing the machinery of the Canadian government to transition us over to that bridge to come under them. All of these laws are meant for that bridge for us to come under. I'm not going to go into detail with all this because this just gets sections of laws and policies that have been changed. But one thing I want to bring forward and mention is, because this is the piece in every sector, whether it's health, education, child welfare, everything. The intent of the Indigenous Services Act of 2019 was to create a legislative framework for Canada to transition and devolve all of our services over to another service deliverer. In the white paper, it talked about another service. We thought that that would be the provinces, and at some point, but the interim piece, what is happening is they're transitioning our services from ISK, from the Crown, to Indigenous organizations. Indigenous organizations will fail to uphold aspects of funding agreements, then it's going to go down to the provinces. So it's not a direct transfer from the Crown to the provinces. Right now, it's a slow transition to Indigenous services. And the language that they use, that is in Section 7 of that one act, it says it right there. It says, the purpose of this act is to give the gradual transfer to Indigenous organizations of departmental responsibilities with respect to the development and provision of those services. Section 7 of the Indigenous Services Act. And all of this started happening in 2015 with the creation of the MOU between Canada and the AFN, because everything in the MOU is to create new laws and policies for this transition to happen. And how the hook that they're getting us, if bands don't sign the 10-year grant, they're offering a new, calling it the 10-year grant, but the same language from the 10-year grant is that this was going to happen in 2018. Onion Lake initiated a review process with 3 lawyers to review all of the funding agreements so that we would be able to catch and identify anything that happens so that we don't sign something that jeopardizes our treaty and inherent rights. So this is the level of analysis, advocacy that a nation would have to undertake to ensure that you're not jeopardizing your treaty and the treaty relationship. So when the CANDRIP action plan was launched or passed or released in 2023 of last year, there was a small group of technicians in Treaty 6, 7, and 8 that came together to analyze it, develop a quick strategy around what our response to this would be, and we organized a rally in Edmonton to oppose it. So every time there's been something that has been released about this, there's been a press release, a rally, or letters going out to alert not just the federal government representatives, but our people and the general that we didn't agree with this. And what Onion Lake specifically did on this, I drafted a document to submit the C-15 and the action plan. What I did was I identified that the planification of the original United Nations Declaration, because there's, without getting into the technical details of everything in here that's problematic, what Canada did was domesticate that original declaration to come for Canada's purpose. And so I used examples of what Canada did to domesticate an international treaty from the Genocide Convention in the 1940s to come under the Canadian Criminal as evidence to show that Canada, there's a pattern that Canada has in domesticating international customary law to what they're doing today with the Declaration Act. So that's what we did with Onion Lake. So the key things of repealing the Indian Act in this action plan are to do away with the status, the reserve lands, and the tax exemption. So we need to think about what our plan is to combat those 3 areas that are significant to us and would impact us. And I actually went to the original Indian Act because I think people don't, I mean, I'm a legal researcher. I look at all the language that is in a lot of these pieces of legislation and policy. When you go to the original Indian Act, this is the language that's contained at the very beginning of it. And this is why we say our lands are captured in the original Indian Act, because it says, our lands reserved for Indians or for any tribe, body, or body of Indians, or held in trust for their benefit shall be, this is the key piece, shall be deemed to be reserved and held for the same purposes as before the passing of this act. The passing of the Indian Act, our reserved lands were sovereign lands, and the Indian Act were captured in there. If we get rid of the Indian Act without coming up with a strategy to deal with protect our reserve lands, we are giving away the protection that our reserve is sovereign, and we have to come under the Canadian framework that is currently created for lands that we had no participation in designing, which is the First Nations Land Management Act. And I wanted to quickly show a document that I came into possession of this past week, because there's people that keep saying, for those of us that are raising the alarm bells, that we're fear-mongering, that the government is never going to do this, and they're never going to get away with, they're never going to break the treaty that we have. But this document that I have on the screen is from, I'll go to the top. This was from a FOIP request. I don't know who did it, but it was sent to me. And it's a FOIP request that was created to create a memorandum for the Deputy Minister, Crown Indigenous Relations, to prepare the Governor General for a meeting. And the specific meeting was about the Indian Act. And in this section, this is coming directly out of internal documents from Canada that are being prepared for the Governor General to speak about issues regarding transitioning away from the Indian Act. So in here, the government is telling the Governor General the key topics around the Indian Act are to some First Nations consider the Act to embody the fiduciary duty to provide services to communities and would oppose unilateral responsibilities or would like to maintain some elements. This is what I'm talking about. And this is what they're saying are the options when they talk about repeal. They're saying there are several options available which assist First Nations who wish to enact such, and this is the only options they're providing. Modern treaties, legislation, are all of the laws that Canada has created over the past 9 years that I just talked about, from Indigenous languages, child welfare, and education, but there's a different process for that. The First Nation land management regime is the option that the Treaty First Nations come up with our own strategy, so this needs to be a priority for First Nations. Membership are the two key things. If you get rid of tomorrow, those of us that are status carrying Indians, are the majority of us in here, maybe my dad and some of the older those born before 1951, how many born between that are born before 1951? Those are really the real treaty Indians here that are holding the land for those of us that are status card carrying Indians. So we need a strategy together to deal with what's going to happen with membership and the lands. This is the main component of what this action plan intends to do. And most of our people, I don't think, are even aware of the impact of this. And the other part that started happening in December was to implement this. Canada was relying on the AFN to develop a Chiefs Committee on treaties to start developing a strategy to implement this. Thankfully, Onion Lake developed an analysis of what this would do, and a briefing note and letter was sent out to chiefs in Alberta and Saskatchewan. And some of them responded in the December meeting. I really Lake, Ochise, Tutana, Cold Lake, Beaver Lake, really for holding ground for us, because they were the ones that spoke out at this December meeting. There were a handful of chiefs that stopped this resolution because this resolution was intended and give a mandate to the AFN to develop a strategy about treaty. I don't agree with what the AFN is doing because they're basically an arm of the government. They're the brown arm of the government that are implementing Canada's white paper agenda. And so they tried to do this in December, they stopped it. They tried to do this in July, and we stopped that. It was actually a very powerful moment to see the chiefs stand up and advocate for the treaty in July. It was really the chiefs in Treaty 6, 7, and 8 that stopped this. And when it came to a vote, the chiefs were able to get over 120 chiefs in that room that stopped this resolution. Only 20 agreed with it. And that took a lot of advocacy, lobbying, over a week to get this stopped. So this is what is happening with what the Canada's action plan, and what we're trying to do as the laws group, which I'll explain later, is develop a position strategy for this, which some of this includes meeting with ministers, it includes going to a meeting in Samoa and other things that I can't really publicly talk about, but just to know that there's something being done about it. And I just wanted to touch on the high level pieces of what is in that action plan, because when I reviewed 120 pages, which then required a review of several other hundreds of pages, because you have to look at all the laws that are tied into that, they're restructuring the whole government around how they're going to implement what they're going to do when they repeal the Indian Act, the changes to all these laws from the environment, education, health, everything. And just the significant amount of changes happening. And we aren't even having conversations about this because this is not this hasn't been a main agenda item on a lot of meetings that I think I've seen. I think people think that when you hear the implementing the United Nations Declaration Action Plan, it's not the same plan, it's not the same declaration that our people fought for 20 years to create. This is Canada's agenda, and we have to know that. And we need to come up with our own strategy, because if we don't, we are going to be left stuck under one of those three options that I talked about: self-government, modern treaty, and opt-in legislation that will fall under. And we need to prioritize this in the next couple years. Otherwise, we are going to be in big trouble. And I don't want to sound very doom and gloom, because this is not. Know that there are nations that are working on this together. There is a strategy being developed. And as long as a handful, even if it's just a handful of nations that are standing on the treaty, the rest of us benefit from that. And at the core of this, as long as we continue to do our ceremonies, the spirits of the treaty are listening to our prayers, and we have to do our 50% as human beings to do our work too. So I'm going to end with that. Ginanatskumten.
Hi, thank you so much, Janice, for the update. And I know a little bit about this because I was one of the people that helped to draft the UN Declaration. And now that I see all this unraveling going on, it really bothers me. And they really make it sound good too, you know. They know how to try to fool people. Plus, they dangle a carrot in front of you. And a lot of people are going for that carrot, but they're forgetting the big stick that's in the other hand, ready to hit you over the head and do away with your rights. And some of the older people here will remember, but I remember during the white paper, and then further down the road to the patriation of the Constitution. I don't know how many times, one time for sure I saw Trudeau saying, he said, well, one part of our society cannot have a treaty with another part of the society. That's what he said. And he was right, because we have a treaty with them. We're not part of their society. And that's oversimplifying it. But what Janice just took us through, they're trying to complete that plan that they started way back then to put us on their side, so that, you know, for Canadian citizens full, we can't have a treaty with ourselves. That's what he meant. And so many years later, his son is trying to complete that task that he started so many years earlier. But thank you, Janice. And there's so much going on right now. A lot of work is happening from these directives that are being given by the leadership and by the people, grassroots people. So thank you, Janice. And Eric is back, so I'm going to ask him to come up, and we're going to do the update on Treaties 1 to 11. And I'll probably take us right up until the lunch hour. And we'll leave it up to the coordinators to let us know when lunch is going to be here. But it's really good to see all of you here. So many people from the different reserves and tribes and nations. Really appreciate you being here. Estas was. Oh my God, yeah.
Eric Tatousis is originally from North Battleford. He was born in North Battleford. Were you? Right in town, and Indian Hospital, but his mom had a private room. Hey. He didn't see the little little soother that our mums used to make out of cloth, and I sometimes porridge it, and they put it in it to make it wet, and we used to have that soother. Ooh. Of us had to have a soother and a bottle and a tree swing, and the bottle was, I think it was a beer bottle. Huh? Yeah, here we go. Eric.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. Hi, hi. Nanas ko tennis ta. Tansiga may siyo ten ka te guma. Te potsige un taxi gum nakikse. Egagi simuagi tek. Egagi pewi tamago ya. It was nagi take that ladies and gentlemen, leadership, elders, parents, young people, technicians, and all concerned people, and all you Canadian Hansak. When and the Mahamits, one of Nina, no, that the Indians may watch money, so I don't know. The rest of you are Canadian Hansak. We are in a very difficult position, and especially for young people that are here. All these years, you've enjoyed treaty right to education, treaty right to health, treaty right to social development. All these years, the majority of us have. But the message this morning is that it's going to end. It's going to end. And nothing is done by your concerned leadership, your elders. It's going to happen. It's going to become a reality. And what's our grandchildren, what's your children going to have? All of you young boys and girls, you're going to partner up and have children. What are they going to depend on? What are you going to fall back on? We have a situation at home just recently. One of our little girls didn't want to go to school because she was being made fun of. Her teeth weren't growing right, properly. And she needed this special attention from the dentist to straighten out her teeth. The parents went and were called in. 6,000 HB where our coverages are approved. Said no, we can no longer approve that. So I did a collection, and thanks to some of the Canadian demands and a little collection, we were able to accommodate. We have two in my family that could no longer function accordingly. The medicine that they were taking was burning their stomach line and was starting to affect affect them mentally, physically, emotionally, from not sleeping. There were a couple where they were near separation because the man could no longer live, didn't want to live. And thank goodness somebody recommended stem cell treatment. So again, no approval. So the specialist arranged everything. The payments were done. You know, now these people are back to work. They're back to being active. The young man is a roofer. He couldn't work last year. Half the season he had to quit because he could no longer handle his pain. But now today he's back to work after that's available out there, which is supposed to be a treaty right, a healing the human being. The very best, nothing but the very best is to be made available to us. And how is that supposed to be paid? From the agreement that was talked, the benefits the Crown receives from land supposed to be set aside for the use of Indians And that's where these payments are supposed to come from, for the best treatment, for the best schools, and in order to have our own professional people to carry on the work. They'll say, when these were things that were discussed a few years back. See, I want to be outright. This treaty Indian here is 79 years old, and I'm his younger brother, 74 years old. The transition, the beginning of this transition, I witnessed it. I was a young man at home, just messing around and being involved in sports and involved with my children. One of my relatives came to the house. He says, how Indian affairs say Mamu Punika, it's North Battleford. We were under the auspices of the Treaty Agency, okay? The Treaty Council of Battle River. Kistawauta. You people here, Fort Pitt, you have unique stories of the annual gatherings that took place at Onion Lake, the treaty celebration. We had them in Fort Battleford. They had them in Fort Carlton, a place to celebrate treaty. Why are those were agencies? Those were the Crown recognized. And then the reason for trying to educate the public 15 years ago, the elders of the day got concerned of what was going on. He says, he says, he says, the way we understand it, he says, we na mag-iwaw na. We na mag-iwaw na. See, look at where we're at today. Look what was reported by the... We're going to be nothing. We're going to become nothing. The beginning of that was that transition from the treaty agency Crown recognized offices, the treaty council transitioned to what we now know was the beginning of the tribal council regime. The technicians from the federal government came and then outlined everything on flip chart and gave papers to the leadership and to all of us. Our chief and counsel sitting here. First day, 5 or 6 of them did not agree, and we were one of them. The second day, another technician came. If you provincially incorporate your office, he says, this is the kind of funding that you're going to be entitled to receive. It was chronologically itemized like this. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everybody voted in favor, because that was the only way you were going to receive your money. And at the time that line was drawn, Onion Lake joined Battleford because they couldn't come across to Battleford, I mean to join another tribal council group. It escalated to more authority, financial authority by provincial organization. And my dad and my late father and the other elders, they wanted that foundation to remain agency-based. I have the list of all those agencies from my late dad's notes. He says if we make this movement agency treaty-based, he says, the relationship will always remain with the Crown, not with Canada. But then again, more money, like you're saying today, dangled in front of them. And that's where then advanced. When it came to the final decision, those elders that were against the new plan were ostracized. They were no longer belong. And then the Senate was developed, the old people. And then after that, in the provincial organizations, they do all escalated, and then the national movement escalated from there. I've been involved in observing all that movement, and we always kept behind. And I only tasked it like you people here. You're fortunate to be here. I know it is hard today, but it was easier back then because there was nothing to disrupt us. The only thing that we got was information. And our task was to listen. How? Some of us in the mornings were there, falling asleep. But the elders were strict. This is the beginning of this. So treaties went to I want to thank my late brother, Al Lehman, his counselor, Al, and their chief and counsel. When they finally got the message, somebody got the message where treaty order was called. And they went to visit every treaty reserve, and 55 reserves in Treaty 6 territory, and had a big forum in Beaver Lake. So following that, again, every forum that was held, decisions and motions and directives, the organizational leadership of legal advisors and that were on side. Again, special meeting with the Fed. There was more funding. It pushed the treaty aside a little bit more, a little bit. Magakitog, say nogan mixpi. Sumpan na nauta. Nistande mo sum. Kanipte teogagitit. He's on video today. Videos went viral. He went the way squads. Most purest linguistic Nehio language treaty instructor, teacher. Dan sigagisa ay naisinyo mam toneta me. Dan sigagisa ay naisinyo mam toneta ko huma the movement. Ako to, chegwa. Atit kinote kakes nahog. That's when they said about the spirit lodges. Some of them took flags into every Sundance, right throughout ceremonies. I say Nistanan, some of us were helpers. We translated the request from those elders to the ones that were going to say the prayers. Kasoy mi chukuskaya ko teni kan gawi mis kuchika pauchik o magawi tuta ko matosku kiki to become a reality, our efforts to be blessed so our goals and objectives become a reality. a reality through ceremony. Then, and then, after that, after the treaty order was given, again, there was a little bit of weakness there. And the technicians of that day were instructed to, I don't know if it was in Winnipeg or in Toronto. Oh, Don seems. He was a part of the delegation. They went and called for a Treaty 6 forum. At that Treaty 6 forum, there was an affirmation statement that us technicians got together and drafted a one-pager. And that one, there's some mom at the transitioning of the treaty to Canada was already in the works. In that 1992, Cold Lake, that document was tabled. I still have that document at home. I was a part of it, and him and I were a part of it. I was the Nehio translator for that document. That the treaty remains with the Crown, and Canada could not have that responsibility. It was made with the Crown, and it shall remain with the Crown. Regardless, it will stand. Regardless if it's with the Crown of Great Britain, the Crown and right of Canada, the Crown and right of the province, it is still with the Crown. Another national meeting was called in Winnipeg. Oh yes, that 1992 declaration that was signed, that the Treaty Indians, Treaty 6, and the other Treaty Indians so desire to continue their relationship with the Crown of Great Britain, and on like this. See, I'm on the right track. And Kisapo Temagan, out of the 55 reserves, we have the copy exists that 48 reserves signed on to that. Educating new leadership, because there's a weakness amongst us, and the governments know that for a fact. Elections every 2 years, elections every 3 years, elections every 4 years in various reserves across Canada. So every 4 years you have to re-educate new leadership. Must have been the ceremonies that changed their mindset to agree to support. And then that's when the next movement, the next objective was to create a national movement of treaties 1 to 11. Edmonton, 92, right? May. In May 1992, a national forum was called in Edmonton. Governor Ray Netition was the Governor General then. He comes from, his family is a famous law firm in the province of Saskatchewan. and they're family friends of ours. So his brother David, I gave him a call. Oh, I was excited to hear from the Indians. He said, David, the mathematician, what can I do for you, Eric? Well, I need a special favor. I said, I need you to contact your brother, Ray Natition, who was the Governor General then, to come and meet with the Treaty Indians in Edmonton. Once we have a contact, I said, our office will send him information. And sure enough, Ray Natition agreed to come to Edmonton. And then his message was, as the Governor General of Canada, that he would follow suit of the wording of the treaty the way it was made, that he would not allow his government to disrupt the Parliament, to disrupt treaty in any way. Then that's when, where is Rennie Paul? I bet you he's hiding someplace. Okay. Now, and that's my brother, Rennie Paul. We were the late Chief Stanley, Arcan, and the others were very, very treaty-based and well-versed and understood from Indian Association elders and all those that spoke. Praise to them right now. Praise to them right now. Praise to their spirit. So we were put together in there to draft a motion that there be two entities. AFN to continue with their strategies or what they want to do. But here we would create, initiate, reestablish the Sovereign Treaties 1 to 11 Council. Sovereign Treaties 1 to 11 Council. Man, one day in Matri deliberation. One day, hard deliberation, and we were table to table lobbying the chiefs. At the end of the day, that motion was passed. It's not like that we've made, efforts to something to be done. Mag-expiegi to etskange. Ekanan to tamike. Eksewi kitimax chigawatsak. Hey, look at today, where we are. If nothing is done about this movement, they have insurance plans, they have all of this, they pay into. They have a retirement plan. But does every Indian on the reserve that lives have a retirement plan? No, nothing. I don't even have one myself. No. I had a teeth problem. I told a dentist I want to resolve this. I said, take them all off and give me dentures. That's the way I solved my problem. But anyways, at that time, if you don't give up, wow. And then that's when, and then this United Nations said, well, kamam skutaho to skniksko, or skisko. Hekute, what dance I say, minek te vitaswatame. Dansan me iski mutspi to what that ki way Canada. Tansikitates ne sui tatan magianom sois kam guya soga po winan magasoga. Section 35. Hewanan milk te giwapa ta hewatan sikitase no where you see where. Because there's two packages of that. There's one that is sealed, that is in the hands of the king and the keeper of the rolls. And there's another one that Canada received prior to 1982. They saw the weakness in that one, and they started working with the national bodies and organizations. By that time, we had an embassy in England that we were working out of. So when the meetings, the deliberations in England took place, after the decision was made by Lord Denning that the treaty remains with the Crown, Canadian officials got to the leadership and told them that we will make sure that when we get back to Canada, we will make sure that you are accommodated through Section 35 of the Constitution Act. And we will provide resourcing for this. As soon as that word resourcing, boom, no more treaty argument. And believe the words of the government. Experience no ako mangan tiga kwanan me penit ngwe. Mage ko home. Treaty bundle. Treaty ceremony. Kinadamo tsagadeo to make our efforts stronger, to weaken the government's plans. Eksewanan ma, ekte ko ni nanay ko kagipita kay ko ya. Uskape usakte takuha. Te uskape usito tamako ma this movement. Ito kamkuhe o naisuma. The Treaty Lodge. Utegin nakatamako ya helgo. Egin nakatamako ako go Fort Carlton, Battle River, Fort Pitt, Fort Edmonton. And then the adhesion of Musqueam, nations of Musqueam. So every reserve, every Skungan remains under that sovereign stand, remains sovereign, continue they will benefit from the resources that are extracted from the land. But again, it fell through. One of the last efforts again was 1996-97. And I brought this up in Enoch. Ovid Mercredi was the national chief, along with the technicians that he brought, translate. Tatan makiwaga beotsmute to a national chief. Hekutan to them dik. Ovid Mercredi did his opening remarks as a national chief and praised the ceremony, praised the treaties. He said, but my main duty today, he said, of coming to your national treaties 1 to 11 meeting that was held at Frog Lake. And I see new we assume the Crown responded to tribal rule of law. Tribal law. And I see new we assume win. Ano se te agaya su to yasue win. Kipis kita tao ko makikagwe pume tao ko ma and I see new to yasue win. And I see new to yasue gamik. And I see new otamu gamik. And I see new otamu gamik. If there's any issues that arise, there shall be a building for you to run to and to work from, to remind their treaty duty. Itamu kamik. Now, we were on to that. We already had the Confederacy of Treaty 6 for that purpose. We were co-founders of that office. Some didn't like it because it was going to disrupt treaty funding. Federal funding. Some high-profile Indians, they went against it. Geez, I wish some of them were alive, man. We'd put them on a spot here today. Yeah. Now, at this Frog Lake Treaties 1 to 11 meeting, Ovid Mercredi says, I am here representing the federal government of Canada. Here's the about our authority in Tahumagantik. I am here to represent the government of Canada. And the government of Canada is requesting from your treaty forum to accommodate them in amendments to the recognitions, making amendments to 9124. Our purpose here is your forum to approve amendment to 9124 and add a 9124-1. The reason Canada wants this is so that they can have treaty-making capability with the Indians and Métis that don't have treaties. So Canada can have treaty-making capabilities to make treaties, modern treaties. Canada. An open forum took place. Pokasitos ko ako katinim nok. Ko ako makan nok kaya kikwete pa matun kaya chik. Asay kiya na igigisas tamago ya 1876. Kaya kuktes mo skachika teknan tao. That must continue. This relationship must continue. This here, this Canada's request is below that. And then it was Marcus Sparkling Eyes. No sawi sa kita pa kung ko anepta. Kani pauteo ko. Hano ako maganti kito. Poko kay inay siniw yasue guma. Kay inay siniw yasue win. Kikapachi taek. Tapwe wiya Canadian government kakaskitat. Tipa matu na kusitat the ones that don't have treaty. Makakia now he says. Uma, he says, this bundle. Tansan me pay tapata, he said all along. Every time there was going to be changes made and amendments made to anything. Additions were put in there into the bundle that it does not disrupt this original treaty. It continues to live for the original treaty Indians. Kotakak nete hugagi simuin no kay kwanete ki ketek. How? Poko ki kay katakuna ma into that bundle to signify that we are defending ourselves from our rule, tribal rule, ancient rule, kaya Teoscan rule, God-given rule. Eki soim ko ekotawi nom si setanse ki wektes sama wiesun tanse wiesun ges natamagwe. ni sumigonak were added to that bundle. And this is what the elders said. We have to do this for the future generation. We have to do this. He says, make sure leadership, he says, don't allow these treaties into Canadian, into what the Canada wants. That we continue the relationship with the Crown of Great Britain to make these treaties strong. That's 1992. More 1997, see. $1997. Hekuta hewa gagi mata hengstewa ogimao. Tapwe BC treaty making, treaty commission. Now the Métis are in that movement. The modern treaty. All the refugee bands that came from America and established reserves in Canada. And the most recent one that signed on was Whitecap, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the famous casino over there in Saskatoon, they signed a modern treaty. What the elders said that time, some of you, some of us fishermen and hunters will means that when you go fishing, when you go set a net in a lake, you drill a hole over here, drill another hole over here, put your jigger, and you pull your net through, and it sits on underwater. Treaties. So that again, a motion was made that we would continue with this effort. But again, it fell on the wayside with the changes of leadership. And that's where Treaties 1 to 11 was resurrected. To try and do more prevention, intervention, and encourage our leadership, our elders, not to get swept into this regime here, into modern treaty making. But what do we hear today? How many reserves? Researchers, okay? Expert writers. Oh yeah, oh hey, I better take it easy, Jay. Maybe I should stop now. We to date, this young woman illustrated exactly what's been happening chronologically. We've tried our best to educate our professionals into Temtic, our leadership, and they're still very interested, and the interest is there. The spirit and intent of continuing is still there. It needs to grow some more. Now, to date, these modern agreements are on the table. 10-year agreements, lands management, education. Every time you sign, you lessen your treaty to become nothing in 10 years. As we speak today, there are 633 reserves in Canada under the auspices of the so-called Indian Act regime. Those reserves were approached one by one, tribal council groups, Canadian regime groups, 400 reserves have signed on to examine those documents. 200 of those 400 are actively on the table that they were talked about. They're actively on the table, right? Treaty rights, inherent rights. As we speak right now. And those were the kinds of things that were addressed at Treaties 1 to 11. I asked the committee, the planning committee, when I was asked as a spokesman of Treaties 1 to 11, do you have a concern? I said yes, and this is what I brought forward. But not only bringing it forward, also recommending what must be done, what can be done. Ninan, Imam Skuchaka, whom sees internal technicians in Poundmaker, we want to open that treaty office. We want to restructure. And in that structure, there has to be one important society, primary society. And that's Poundmaker Law and Justice Department. The treaty office will remain with the relationship with the Crown and Right of Great Britain, which we have done. I don't know how many reserves kept their communication with Her Late Highness Queen Elizabeth 4 months before she passed away. We called over there. Because in 1982, prior to 1982, my late father and some young people were in England. And my late father and the other elders said, you go find out the Queen's office. What's the phone number over there? We want to talk to him. They found that odd number. They called it. It was a secretary to the Queen. To their surprise, she was excited to hear from her treaty partners. And what transpired in 1980, what's the transpire? So their request was to go see the partnership office in England, the library where our records are kept. And my cousin Brian, still alive today, he should be coming here. He was our main communicator from our reserve to that office. 4 months before Her Majesty took sick, he called over there, started asking about the old people that had been there and how they're doing. What about that old man that you were with here, John Peter Tusis? Oh, he passed on, but he passed on his duty to his son. He was excited about the ongoing interest of the ongoing relationship. He says, what can I do? What can we? This is through the secretary to Her Majesty responding to the secretary what to tell the Indians. He says, what can I do for you today? Secretary came, Her Majesty wants to know what we can do for you, what she can do for you. Says, we want to come and visit. Ask her if we can get copies of those documents that exist for each reserve, Treaties 1 to 11. They actually went and opened that file, Poundmaker drawer. had all kinds of information and pictures in there. That was the first time that my late father saw a picture of his late father. He was the interim customary spokesperson, and then how much? 2 minutes? 2 more minutes, okay. This is a long story. It's a 4-day story, you know, comprised into half an hour. Okay. What do we do so that we survive? So in 1950, when we were coerced from the treaty stance to, from the custom government stance to Indian Act government, Section 74. We're coerced into it. The reason why we kept our communication with Her Majesty was that because we are a special motion, a special resolution can be developed by the technicians and provided to each reserve that they are going to resurrect, reaffirm custom governance, original governance. Along with that is restructuring a treaty house, a government house, a Fort Pitt treaty government. Rename the band office to the tribal government house. Get those agreements the way this young lady suggested. That's those leadership were unaware of what was going on, and they want to hear some more. Magapako sewate heune, sokte heune, napeka sote heune, iswelte heune koche. Kama mo kama tondo demdik. Muy kita gusta me ho makiano megi me gusia tanjikte so capoeita eki goi for the unborn. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. You want Eric? Eric, you went 27 minutes over your time. With that, we're waiting for lunch, and we're gonna turn it over to Ogemao. While the young people are here, he wants to be able to tell an uplifting victory of sorts that was achieved just recently.
First of all, I acknowledge the student body that were here, and most recently students from Big Island here, most welcome. This is what we need to do, is educate our youth. As a way out, that my Tito, Eric, touched on a lot of points about those 400 First Nations that are involved with the co-development tables. Well, when it comes to funding, long-term funding, that's what we're kind of gearing towards. I thank my leadership that are in council with Mila Sayati for this ongoing support that they are giving through the process. When it comes to health, we moved on health. Just like I said this morning, I kind of touched a little bit about our health process, and we refused to sign any more agreements with the feds. And then we went to the government and developed another table aside from the co-development tables. It was a long process, and we told the government as good. We need people around the table that are able to make decisions around the table when we meet. The terms of reference was developed a good year to develop that. An MOU was developed, and then into Honey Lake, Bixby, and we signed that MOU. And for you, medicine chess class. On the medicine chess class, ikaw mama, that's what we went by with the government. Once they agreed with that MOU, they're bound by it. And Eric has a story on that too. On the very grounds that we're at Megawatts 148 years ago, there was a night law ceremony made here on the medicine chess class. Having said that, it was a long process. 8 years it took us just to come up with an agreement aside from their template, which they're promoting megawatts, that health, that leads to termination. Maga, to make it short, we went to Ottawa, a few of my council and the director, and we concluded this interim agreement finally after 8 years. What the good point is that we're outside of the framework now. We have opened the doors to work on a true-based health agreement based on treaty. So I want to get Ron to kind of maybe read this a moment. This is a briefing note that came out.
Hi, Hogamau. This is Onion Lake Cree Nation, Onion Lake Health, September 8, 2024, and it's to Ogamau Henry Lewis, the Council, Albert Jimmy, Onion Lake Health, Calvin Chokin, Leon Whitstone, Treaty Governance. From Onion Lake Health Short-Term Funding Arrangement, Onion Lake Cree Nation, Onion Lake Health, and FNIHB. Background: Onion Lake Cree Nation continued to work on a short-term arrangement in May of 2022 post-COVID, as meetings were allowed to restart in September of 2024 as an interim measure to allow funding to keep flowing for Onion Lake health programs and services. The First Nations and Inuit Health Branch, CERNAC, extended as ex officio for the process, along with representatives from Onion Lake Cree Nation Chief and Council, Onion Lake Health, and Onion Lake Treaty Governance, held regular meetings in order to align the arrangement with clauses that were acceptable. A renewed terms of reference for the Onion Lake OLCN, OLHBI, and FNIHB Joint Working Group on Treaty-Based Funding was completed on September 19th, 2023. And the short-term arrangement was completed between September of 2023 and September of 2024, committing to the work and long-term goal of treaty-based submissions to a firm treaty-based funding arrangement. Onion Lake Cree Nation and Onion Lake Health continue to submit Treasury Board submissions to affirm the appropriate level of funding required for health. So this is needs-based, with requests to continue discussions through already established processes like the Joint Working Group, which operated outside of the legislative framework of the State of Canada, that the State of Canada had created to terminate treaty and inherent rights. Currently, the short-term interim arrangement will keep funding flowing to OLHBI also does the following. First of all, OLCN signs the arrangement as per BCR number 42. Arrangements must be signed by Onion Lake Cree Nation Chief and Council and BCR number 46 compliance to OCAP, and that's on the knowledge, preservation of OLCN knowledge, and provides delegated authority to Onion Lake Health for the delivery of programs and services. Asserts that Onion Lake Cree Nation will only utilize the short-term arrangement until a treaty-based funding arrangement is successfully signed and implemented. A big gain already on those two bullets. The third one protects Onion Lake Cree Nation by asserting the nation's position against any future act of Parliament, regulation, or statutory instrument that would impact treaty and inherent rights. Number 4, further asserts OLCN's position in respect of the position or legal challenge to any current or future act of government, Parliament, regulation, or statutory instrument. Next, acknowledgement of OLCN laws that are followed by OLCN HBI. A letter will accompany the arrangement to assert and ensure the clarity of Onion Lake Cree Nation's position, rejecting the state of Canada's termination legislation. Next steps for any work will be completed as soon as possible to ensure that the goal of a treaty-based funding arrangement is not set aside by the state of Canada. The Liberal termination legislative framework continues to be escalated in order to complete the state of Canada's priorities before the writ drops ahead of the next election, which is apparently going to be any time soon because of Jagmeet Singh's stand on the coalition that they have. Impacts of State of Canada current positions. Federal legislative framework threats related to health. See the briefing note on legislative framework issues. The first one, C-86 10-year grant and new fiscal arrangements. And that includes capped funding, taxation, and use of own source revenue for all programs and services, etc. C-97, Establishment of Indigenous Services Canada, ISC and CERNAC. C-41, Water quality is under health. Health distinctions-based legislation, goal for the state of Canada since spring, and that must be a typo, it says 2025. C-64, nationalization of pharmacare, direct attack on a medicine chest clause through transferring NIHB to pharmacare if passed. Early spring 2024, goal of launching nationalization of pharmacare in force. And I think you all know, some of you know that this whole thing started in British Columbia. And although we did research on it, that it's definitely not working in British Columbia, how are they going to convince us it's going to work here and elsewhere? Jordan's principles settle technical review, includes termination, legislative framework, and new fiscal arrangements, and C. Terrence Douglas legal analysis. And finally, recommendations. First one, complete the short-term interim funding arrangement for a 3-year term with the impending election. The time period when the writ is dropped and the election period will put a hold on work, and meetings will not be able to be held during this time frame. Second one, advocate for the framework of the health arrangement to be utilized for any arrangements for Onion Lake Cree Nation to ensure the clauses that protect the nation and treaty and inherent rights are included in there. And finally, continue the work towards a broader treaty-based funding MOU for all programs and services for Onion Lake Cree Nation. So it's been proven it works for health. There's the other areas that they're going to be touching on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ron. I know that that was a long, but it's important to highlight. This is not only for us in North Pumaganti. This is for other nations as also. If we can succeed, Kapyo, we all succeed. Protecting the rights of our young population that's coming up. They also wanted to consider 10 years magkakitanan, and that's too long. We're only going for 3 years. We'll try and get it done in 3 years. So with that, I appreciate the time that you have given us in the last kumtinan. Hi.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if lunch is here yet. Muchis kwa? Kigats? So let's carry on. And maybe while we're waiting here, I'll ask, and she'll probably use the other mic here, or? Oh, we need the screen, so.
Why don't you guys put that screen back up?
Uskapyo usagmahtaya miyaka sige ektahan ma eskuteo kamiyaka sgana o susquats putugoy wikas miyaka sgan kigoy.
All right, good day, everybody. Thank you for coming to listen to these important discussions. So I'm just going to give you of the AFN Omnibus package resolutions. Just 1 second here. These are what it was. The AFN back in July put out an entire list of be talking about. So some of the first ones were already passed. The other ones were tabled. They're going to be discussed through them to see if there were any threats to our treaty. And so this is just kind of a snapshot of some of the issues we've been finding. So as you can see, all those X's there are all the problems that we're finding in each one. And this is just like we did this for all of them. So this list, for example, right there, you can see DR 50 to do is have a fully funded, implemented First Nations climate leadership agenda. So one of the things they're trying to do is like talk about climate change, climate leadership, which sounds like a good thing, right? Like what my colleagues were saying,
they put forward these ideas that sound like good things, but when you actually go in and read them, there's all kinds of problems. They're stepping on our rights with these things. So some of the common issues we found when going through all of these were their manufacturing consent, and I'll go through these a little bit more to talk about what this means. Their manufacturing consent, they're implying that we consent and accept UNDA, so like Canada's action plan to implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They're infringing and encroaching on our treaty inherent rights and jurisdiction. They're making decisions that they don't have any right over. They're directing funding avenues through the AFN, regional organizations, and Canadian departments. They're giving power to themselves to regional organizations in Canada to make decisions on our behalf. And they're offloading past, present, and future treaty obligations and or liabilities. So I'll go more into what each of these mean. So the first thing, manufacturing consent. So in that United Nations Declaration on our rights that our people have been fighting for so many years to get into the UN, Article 19 states that states, so like Canada, shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions, so our own nations, in order to obtain the free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. So what this means for the young people who are here today is if Canada wants to make a law that has anything to do with us, our lands, our resources, anything, they have to get our consent first. And this is international law. So what Canada is doing is, in order to make it look like they're getting our consent, they are holding information sessions, consultation sessions, and engagement sessions. That's what they'll call them. And they do this through the AFN. So AFN will put out a call to have these sessions. They'll have people there. But no one at these sessions is even really giving consent. Just the fact being there, they're taking that to mean we consent. And this ignores nations, especially who don't go to AFN. So like Onion Lake, we don't go to these AFN meetings. We don't consent to any of their processes, but they still make legislation that affects us. So going back to UNDRIP, UNDA, it implies consent with UNDRIP, UNDA, CANDRIP, whatever you want to call it. It ignores the nations who disagree or oppose this. So one of the issues with UNDRIP, as good as that is, that United Nations Declaration, one of the issues is it gives protection to the states. And that was something that I learned that Canada pushed to have in there. So the entire document has all of our rights listed, but they wanted to make sure that they were protected too, or else they wouldn't have let it through. So that was one of the issues that some nations have with this document. And UNDA and CANDRIP, like my colleague Janice talked about today, the way that they are taking that United Nations Declaration and they're putting it under their own law, so that puts us under Canadian law, and we don't need that. And a lot of our nations, like Onion Lake, have already put forward our position that we don't agree with this. And so one of the things that is a problem in these omnibus resolutions is AFN tells the nations to use this template. So when the nations want something done and they go to AFN to get this thing done, they have to fill out this form, right? And they make them talk about UNDRIP or UNDRA. And that's a problem. So that's what this picture is right here. It says all resolutions should begin by citing relevant sections of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So I'm just gonna go back. Well, that was one of the things. So when I was going through this list of resolutions, almost every single one of them was using UNDRIP, UNDA. And I know that a lot of nations don't agree with that process, but the reason they have to do it is because AFN is making them do it. And so that's just it's making them look like we agree, but we don't. So another thing is treaty jurisdiction and inherent rights, infringement and encroachment. So infringement, 6 decisions that have to do with our rights. So our right to health, education, taxation, those are all under treaty. Sovereignty is something that we never gave up. We never treated sovereignty, but they're encroaching on those, or infringing on those rights. Other themes were encroachment, things that they're trying to do regarding fisheries, regarding environment, and regarding funding. So you can see it in these resolutions. They will say the AFN will work with Canada to develop a funding program for these. And what that does, especially when it comes to things like health and education, it takes away the relationship and it puts the AFN or other organizations, money flows from the Crown to the AFN and to First Nations, and AFN takes their cut. The other thing that goes along with that is decision-making powers. So what they're doing is they're establishing themselves as the authority to make decisions with Canada. And when you look through these resolutions, you will catch things like they're telling themselves to co-develop, co-create, co-design, co-govern, some of these words that they use. And they're doing this on legislation, action plans, strategic plans, policies, and modern treaty agreements. So it makes it look as though nations are involved. And really, when they say they want to co-develop these things, when you look into them, they already have this plan already. They know what legislation they want to create. All they need is using the AFN to make it look like we're giving consent for these things. Obligations under treaty to the provinces or organizations, like what Eric and they're giving legal responsibility to the nation. So that's two things. So the Crown is supposed to offer us or to provide us with our treaty benefits, but they're giving that responsibility to the provinces instead and the organizations. And then on the other side of that, it gives legal responsibility to the nation. So one of the examples that's in here is there is this corporation that it kind of monitors fish trading in Canada, and they started making in the 1960s regarding fish trading. And the federal, which sounds like a good thing, right? Like we're gonna like control fishing and everything, but what is poison now is that who's responsible for that? Because all of their activities up until now have been poisoning our waters and our fishes, and now we're taking control of that. So who's gonna be liable when those fish start hurting people, getting them sick, you know? That's just an example. So this is solutions I just picked out to kind of like show as an example of how this is being done. So, number one implies acceptance of UNDRIP and CANDRIP, so that United Nations Declaration Action Plan by Canada. So it says United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So right off the bat, you have to start with that when you want something from the AFN. You have to talk about UNDRIP or CANDRIP. Going farther into it, manufacturing. Right here it says they want AFN to co-develop legislation that includes at a minimum the following critical requirements. So it says that AFN developed these requirements through engagements conducted with rights holders since 2019. So again, they were holding meetings telling people to come and listen to these issues, and they were taking down the names of nations that were present, and they were not getting consent, they were just taking down names, and they're presenting that as consent. That's like their proof, and it's not actual proof. So rights infringement, so right here, recognition of First Nations jurisdiction over water. So we know that we have rights and jurisdiction over water as First Nations, and that's correct. But what they're doing is they are titling themselves as a First Nation, and we know that AFN is not a nation, it's an organization. So when they say that First Nations have rights, it's us, we the people, we have rights, it's not AFN. So giving funding and power, this is one other action items that they have in this particular water legislation. So they urge the federal government to ensure adequate funding for First Nations. Go from the government to AFN to the First Nations to participate and immediately begin co-development of a framework water commission and regulations under this act. So again, co-development, they're not coming to us to talk about how we can keep our waters clean. They're going through the AFN and they don't represent us. And finally, offloading liabilities. So this is something that you kind of have to, they won't always outright say it in these resolutions. You have to read between the lines. So with this water legislation, this is just the example. So the problem becomes public. So water legislation, people know now it's out there that our waters have been poisoned. They're no good, right? Dirty waters on reserve, and that's it's all over the news now. And so Canada wants to cover themselves. So what they do is they come out with legislation in dollars to say that they did something about it. And they pass this on to us, but the problem will remain. The waters will still be poisoned, but it's no longer their responsibility anymore. They pass it on to us or the organizations or the provinces. That was pretty much it, just the main overview problems with the AFN. And we know these problems have been around for a while, but just like going through these recent ones that have been passing in July and onward. And
Hi, thank you so much. Very excellent presentation and analysis. So we're gonna break here for lunch, and one of our elders was given a protocol to say a prayer for our lunch. Elder Marjorie. Aho. So listen up for a little while. Our elder is gonna pray for the food, and then we can go ahead and line up. Aho. Hi. Tatamihinan mo yagi tikigo. Okay, go ahead, elders first. And it's good you young people are here. Give us a hand if some elders need help. Maybe they're not as mobile as they used to be. You can give them, help them out, get them a plate. And Onion Lake High School, your lunch is over by the monument. And thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you. I hope you learned a little bit, or maybe you learned a lot. But it's good. When we were young people, there wasn't disability at that time yet, when we're young like you. And believe Big Island Lake too, young people are here. Go ahead and line up, help yourselves too. Thank you. Hi. Miyasinipituhti. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Yeah. Hi. Hi. Yeah. Yagan ni sasa napiak. Wi ko tan hepiak sinisa. Yeah. Si kuistwani opi si gatagot. Tani si kuistwani asi ane goni stota. Okay, enjoy your lunch and we'll get back here probably by 2 p.m. Maybe 1:45. We'll see how it goes. Muitak Sinaya, my buddy Albert. Maganwap mau teha at ni mantum. Nihta chimog. Yeah, helpers, young people, our Treaty 1 to 11 spokesperson here wants you to bring him a dish. Just joking. Yes, it'd be much appreciated. Holy smokes, my buddy Henry. Leah Paskaman, you're wanted up here. Leah Paskaman, astam. Gintawim gonote. Leah Paskaman, if you're within the sound of my voice. Oh, okay. In case you're still here, your party's looking for you. Hi, we thank you for bringing us a plate. Now we need some tools. I know fingers were great at first, but on the soup part, that's a little bit tough.
Better not be complaining because you're going to do a lot more work and you're going to school at the same time. Don't be complaining about it now. You wanted that, didn't you? Yeah. Even as a TA, she's going to have a lot of work and she's got to do minutes and all that too. And after a while, I should see what to do for her.
boy started in jeans and I was like, go put on a shirt. Yeah, I think it was Nick, huh?
She's younger. Just kidding.
No, but I'm
Well, we came here, kids,
tan diop ma na ya. Willard tan tit ko. Tan tit ko Willard. Oh wait, holy smokes. Mias ni tago. I smit so tsuga tsumostago no ki ko. No ma si so magatsu mo kaya pwaya. Ta si ta. E wa me na ya. Poko me na kai kun tagi we ka tutta me kaya kawas sagota. Aya o kiapits. So just two provisos on these stories we're going to hear in the next few minutes. They got to be the truth, and they got to keep it clean. There's still children around here in the crowd, young people, so. Yeah, and probably our elder here, Willard, will start us out whenever he finishes eating. Mokachi kias kita isko. Wan guito mau nagutak. Albert. Yeah. Magan magay to anu te ta kami usay kane. Dun pumihit. He got serious. Ego agi hop magana serious ispay. Ego sitwa po igaga tagurti. Ahaw. Yeah. Wait and think. Look around where you are, people. This young lady lost a beautiful bracelet, white and pink. She'd like it back. She's over here. Just give us a wave. Give us a wave over here to my left. If you find it, you know who lost it. Ahaw. Kuyats mustago no aya Willard kiway. Muy mawi kias kito mogats kias ko. Ahaw.
I used to know a lot of stories when I was young. Now that I'm old, I'm losing them. But I'll tell you one. One time this Indian guy, he was sitting outside the bar. All new truck, new horse trailer pulled up. A cowboy come running out of there, went in the bar. A white guy. This Indian was sitting there, then he heard the horses in the trailer. So he said, oh, I'm going to go and check these horses. So he walked up there, then he looked in the trailer. Holy man, he said, this guy is going to run these horses. Look at the skin and bone on these horses. I'm going to tell that guy off. So he waited for that cowboy. So cowboy come walking out with some beer. And he goes, hey, cowboy, I want to tell you something. You're going to run these horses around the tracks. Look at them, how skinny they are. The cowboy told him, hey, chief, I want to tell you something too. Them are called thoroughbreds. They look skinny, but they're healthy and fat. Well, I'm going to tell you something, he said. You Indians are worse. You Indians, in the winter times, you don't even take the harness off your horses. You just tie them on a sleigh and give them a little bit of hay. Then your horse gets skinny, then finally the horse dies. And what do you do when a horse dies? You skin the horse, and then you make a round drum. And then you beat the hell out of that drum all night long in your round dances. That's what that cowboy told that guy.
Ahaw, kai ka sama skin go. He threw down the challenge here. How? Oh, wait, that bit. Just remember those two provisos. Gotta be the truth and gotta keep it clean.
Good day, Earl Thomas, CSU. My nation is Shuswap from Williams Lake, BC. I was growing up, and my grandmother, she used to keep a 22 beside the door, and every time a dog came by, she, you know, she'd take out her gun and take a shot. I said, Granny, why are you trying to shoot that dog? I said, well, my imps, my grandson, these the dogs, they make the best drums. Oh, really? Oh, it's so exciting to find out some new news. And finally, my granny says, well, one of these days I'm going to get one of those dogs. I'll show you. You take that hide from that dog, you stretch it out on a frame, and when you play that drum, it makes that special noise. She said, when she was beating the drum. So I was so happy. Now I want a dog drum. It never happened yet, but I guess my grandmother had to have a better shot. Hey.
Good one. Learned something today too. Aho. Utatsimuino. Puskog. Kigoy kapa pik. Sometimes these meetings, they get pretty heavy.
Okay. Hoto tsaya famani lake here agaya. Kayas yep sisyan no sniksyan. Kitea kipetago teonigna. Epe masnaya ato no tawi pano e masnaya hit. Hotea fishing lake. Eno teto te msatamo into ata e tekte no e wachepi te sogen gate. Actually tota heo agagi utaya and stock racks busi ho. Tota ko manen kagi simsya na ko niya ne istamane gi pamit saiga gi puspayo ha. Yama ho agagi tomni vet kagi utaya naksigi puspayo ha ma disudan. Tagotea gotea na ya. Mason siwa so naksei nisan. E wachepi the little pinto ea ata. Tene wachepi. Sei nisa. Doa go me doa tamso. Kasagas kinin got. Hasta sun gon ta sige pais. Kiwa wichegi no wakto. Te mahai sisko wakto. Pui se to tai wakto and pait sa hai wakto. Hotais man every year. Kimo bayok. We had these flat races, stock horse races, there wasn't any thoroughbreds then. 1 milers are got these saw half a mile track. They go meet to pick them high, set them up, bites so high, hooked to. Don't some man and bites so high, we pass an eye, hooked to, pass away, hooked to. Don't say, Mr. Wessi go get to see high, hooked to. Sabi nekte hewapan no tsahay hook manito.
How naman tum kinta tam go ni saya ta tsumunan man. How? Anybody else? We still have a little few minutes here. How?
Atanga ni hiyo ano mama. Besit mo instructin ni hiyo. One time this chief was told that Indian affairs are coming. They want to come and talk about land. Oh, this chief, he got scared, and he know one old man there that's not afraid of nothing, talking to Indian affairs and all that. And he went and told that old man, he said, come and talk for us. So the next day, that old man, he walked up there. He got there late. They're all sitting there. 3 white guys were sitting on a table there, and another Chinaman was sitting there. This Indian, he just walked right up there, and he went straight for that Chinaman. He said, "You white people, you come to our country. You took enough land. Now you want to get some more land, I heard." The chief walked up to this Indian. He told him, he said, hey, not him. It's those guys that's sitting there, Indian Affairs. "Oh, who's this guy?" "That's the one that gives us welfare." "Oh my goodness," he said. You white people, I just love it when you guys come around here," he said. "Next time you come around here, we might buy a hotel for you guys. Stay with us for a while." He changed his story right away.
Ahaw. Any more good stories? Okay, we got one here. Sometimes a woman tell the best ones.
Hope so. Irene McDonald, counselors here for Onion Lake. I'm going to speak in English. If you're listening, this story might help you. If you see one of our counselors over there, Joe Waskowicz, when he was young, he was always in trouble. He was always going to the bar, and then he came home and somebody dropped him off over there by the station, and he was walking there, and the police picked him up. The next morning, they let him out, and he was really hungry. This is the part that young men and young people, even men, you need to listen to this part. So he went walking, because you had to walk home back then, right, when he was young. So he went walking home, and he was so hungry, and then every few steps he would see a rabbit go across. He'd take a few more steps, he'd see another rabbit cross. Geez, how am I gonna feed myself? And then there's rabbits crossing here left and right. Digging in his pocket for some twine. He kept digging, and then he pepper and salt, and he looked at it. He says, "Man, I could use this after I get this rabbit and cook it for myself over an open fire." And then he thought, he kept seeing these rabbit trails, and then there was a rock there. So he picked up that rock and put it right on that rabbit trail. Then he opened this pepper packet, then he poured it onto the rock. The next one, this rabbit came bouncing by. He sniffed the rock, and he went, "Achoo!" And he banged his head on the rock, and he died. So that's how he fed himself. Thank you.
Ahaw. Yasin. Muy wiyaya. Muy moniw tanoma. Magaya. Kachmustat na op yegaya. My brother in Stoima, George Saddleback. Egihatsumut. Try my best to tell it in English. It might not sound exactly the way it's supposed to. And some of you Muscogees might have heard this already. Anyway, one day he was driving, and he wasn't expecting anything, so he was driving along, come to this clearing, and there was a pond there. And in that pond was a bull moose. Well, I looked around this truck. You remember they had taken out his rifle. Boy, I look around, boy, here's his grandson's BB gun. So he grabbed that, stopped on the side of the road and while he was sneaking upon this bull moose. Well, I got pretty close, kind of in the reeds over there. So he took that little BB gun and he aimed at that bull moose. Now I'm gonna kind of go against my rules here a little bit, excuse me. Anyway, moose, they really like eating in the ponds and where there's those plants that grow in there. And it so happened he went pretty close to that moose, and that moose just happened to have his head in the water, chewing on some of those good stuff down there. So he aimed that BB gun right in the back of that bull moose, and he shot it. Boy, he hit that bull moose right where it hurts. And that bull moose happened to have his head underwater, so when he got hit there, he took a deep breath. And when he took that deep breath, he inhaled a whole bunch of water, and he drowned. And he fell down into the water, and that's how he got his moose. So if that's not enough, some of the relatives from Rocky Boy heard that story, so they added a little bit to it. They said, well, when he killed that moose, as that moose was falling, there was a couple of ducks that were flying there. He fell on those ducks, killed them, and there was a couple of fish swimming by. Same time he killed those fish. So he actually killed one moose, 2 ducks, and 2 fish with one shot with a BB gun. So if you hunters can top that one, go ahead. Just kidding. That's George Saddleback's story that I borrowed. Well, we're getting close. We have time for maybe a couple of more. Happy. Samina pita stamohteo.
Sir, I was the counselor that killed that rabbit. My story is geared towards the young students. I was a teacher for 6 years. I taught in high school. Every day when the kids walk by, they say, F this, F that. Man, they just throw it out there. And I used to tell them, you guys should quit doing that, because there's a story behind all that. They would look at me. So when I taught Cree, the kids would ask me, well, what does it mean? So, okay. There was this white teacher, white lady, first day at school. Comes into the classroom, the kids are in there, sees a small apple, asks the students, who brought this? A little girl, I did. Oh, okay, thank you very much. Next day, a bigger apple. Who brought me this? A little Chinese boy. I did, thank you, thank you. Next day, of course, being Indian people, we're different. We share, we like to share. So this next day, the third day, great big orange and a sticky paper was on there, and it said F-U-C-K right on there. So the teacher thought about it. She was going to take the orange and put it up in the air and said, who brought me this? But then she kind of changed her mind. She didn't want to see the kids seeing what was written. Then she asked, Can anybody tell me who brought this orange? Looks around, nobody. Anybody? Nobody. Can anybody tell me who brought me this orange? And behind a big white boy was a little hand that's sticking out. And she leaned over. Here's this little Indian girl. Did you bring this orange? She nods, yep. Do you know what it means? She nods, yep. And she's waiting for the answer. She calls up the little girl up front. Do you know what this means? She nods, yep. Well, can you tell me what it means? Still nothing. Please tell me what it means. She leans over to the teacher and says, from us Cree kids.
Kahki, ken. Ahaw, kay ka sa maskin go out. It's 2 o'clock. We broke a little after 1, so we'll have time for one more if somebody's got to get it off their chest. Oh, umuso mao ito. Okay, Grandpa. Kasi ako makantik. Muy ngagigisiya kan ngagochin. You know, I told the story one time. Our elders like to go to the sweat. And back home, these elderly ladies, they were waiting to go to the sweat. In the meantime, there was lots of mosquitoes. Mosquitoes were biting and they hit them, huh? Finally, there's one old lady, one of the elders says, I'm not going to kill this one, I'm going to watch take my blood out. So he watched the mosquito. Oh, the mosquito's belly started getting bigger and bigger. Finally, when he was full, he flew away. He flew towards the west to the north. And he watched that mosquito. He flew back the same place where he took the blood out from that elder. He was watching. He poked him back at the same place. And see his belly start to go lower and lower and lower. Finally, there was no blood on that mosquito. Mosquito flew away. And the elder says, how come this mosquito didn't like my blood? So I was thinking, oh, I have diabetes, that's why. Okay, one more, last one for sure. Then we'll call people back. Oh, yuck. Anybody? Oh, we got one over here.
Thank you. One time we were playing hockey on North Saskatchewan River at Edmonton, and I had a breakaway. I had a breakaway. I ended up in North Battleford. I probably skated right through here. I want to share a hunting story. You know, you guys like to talk about how far they knocked the moose down. 100 yards, 200, 1 mile, 2 miles. Gets further and further. Well, there's one time I knocked the moose far away. By the time I got there, the meat had spoiled.
I guess I started that. I told a hunting story. that went against my rules. But anyway, 2:05. So maybe we'll call people back into the big top here. Those are within the sound of my voice. We're gonna get started again. So if you can make your way back over here, we still have 2 or 3 agenda items to finish up for today. And I overheard a conversation here with Ogama Lewis that maybe since we have a few people here today, maybe we can talk a little bit about cows and plows today, because that's really on everybody's minds, and I think it's on everybody's agenda. Are people being poor, and government trying to pay us with our own money, because that's what it is. They never got any of this money from any place else. They got it from taking whatever it is out of our land here. So really that's our money anyway. So let's think about that, and we'll see how it goes. We're going to be talking about child welfare, the settlement agreement, and Janet and Janice are going to be talking about that one, and then we'll go into the laws update, and Janice is going to be taking us through that, some of the good work that they're doing right now, and they're going to report on what they've done since the last meeting we had here a year ago. They're following the main issues that are affecting our nations today, and they're going on that basis and trying to give us alternative strategies, language, whatever the case may be. So maybe I can ask Janet and Janice to come and speak a little bit about the settlement agreement on child welfare. Again, I just want to ask everybody, I know everybody's relaxed. Wow, what a good meal. Enjoyed the meal. Wow, that was a little much for me. I can't eat that much at lunchtime. They went and had a nap, so. But I'm not quite that old yet, so. But anyway, that was pretty awesome food, Scotch. Thank you, Onion Lake. And just another plug-in here for the radio. It's on 89.9. Some are keeping out of the wind and sitting in their vehicle. So with that, Janice.
Thank you, Ron, for the invite to provide a brief overview on some of the problems and the challenges identified by one of my colleagues, Terrence Douglas, who is a Mohawk lawyer that is part of our because he practices in child welfare as well as general practice. But I had asked Terrence to do a briefing note analysis of the draft or the final settlement agreement between Canada, the AFN, the Chiefs of Ontario, and Anishinaabe-Aski Nation. I do have this available. If people want a copy, I can email it to people. Terrence is a practicing lawyer. One of the areas of practice he does practice in is child welfare. So basically, his analysis and overview identifies issues with the management and implementation of this final settlement agreement, especially in relation to the composition of what is termed a reform implementation committee in this document. And the composition of this committee is representatives from Canada, the AFN, COO, and NAN. And the major issue, he says, is that it's skewed representation for just Ontario First Nations, or more specifically for the constituent First Nations of both COO, which is the Chiefs of Ontario, and NAN. There's no other representation across the country. And he says, given that this agreement will affect a large number of First Nations that are not members of COO and NAN, including those of us in the Western Treaty Nations and even independent First Nations, the non-representation of our people, leadership, is unacceptable and problematic, and we should not be okay with this. And then he goes on to say that while it's possible that the AFN appointments will be made from areas outside of Ontario, there is no requirement in this document to say that that's going to happen. And if it was to happen, 3 non-COO and NAN First Nations does not represent the and their issues pertaining to child and family services. The other he also says the other thing that is problematic and is an issue is that the disparity in relation to the committee's representation, it does not have the ultimate decision-making authority, but only makes recommendations to Canada in relation to changes to the reformed First Nations Child and Family Service Program. The other problematic area he identified is the waiver and release section in here. And he says, Canada, AFN, COO, and NAN are required to speak favorably about this agreement and to make best efforts to get endorsement from other First Nation leadership. So there's a clause directly in here that says, and I'm just going to read it so you can hear for yourself. The parties publicly in favor of this final settlement agreement and shall make best efforts to procure the endorsement of this final settlement agreement by First Nations leadership, and subject to such endorsement by way of resolution, to procure the approval of this agreement by the tribunal, or as necessary, the federal court or further appellate court. So he's saying this is problematic because whatever you say, whatever the parties to this agreement are saying, they have to speak positively about it. So you're not going to get any conversation or discussion that identifies any potential issues or concerns. So he's just saying that there's large aspects of this settlement agreement that require further scrutiny to determine whether the funding being provided is in the best interest of treaty nations. And he didn't have time to go through all of those things, but the 2 areas that I identified, the composition of the reform committee and the waiver and release, should be red flag to us as problems of what's in here. And since the summertime, like in the past month, there was supposed to be a special meeting to have chiefs vote on this I think it was next week. It was next week. But that has the problems with this. And they want more fulsome disclosure, to have more critical analysis and discussion around what the long-term impacts of this are to child welfare. Because Jordan's principle is also a part of this. And for those of us that have children or people that access Jordan's principle, after 10 years when this agreement is done being implemented, there will be no more Jordan's principle. So everything that you use now in terms of accessing monies through Jordan's principle, which could be anything from getting funding to access tutoring services, supplies, special services for therapy for children that need extra services that aren't normally covered under the FNIB umbrella, those wouldn't be accessible anymore after 10 years. And I just know my own experience in having my son being able to access some of that. The cost of that just for being able to access tutoring is significant, which would mean that, and I'm just using the example of tutoring in literacy. A child that needs extra tutoring, they would be further in the future now, because there would be no more access to Jordan's principle. And you know, in the research that I've done in education, a significant portion of our children's population going through schools are impacted through intergenerational trauma, and the services they require are significant. And so if you think that we're not going to be able to access those services after 10 years because there'd be no more JP, our children are going to be further disadvantaged in the education system even more than they already are. So you just need to think about that as a practical, real life example in how this will affect us and families and parents and educators and people in health. So I just wanted to cover that. I had asked my colleague Janet to come because she's the director of ICFS here in Onion Lake, and she attended a meeting specifically on this. So I wanted her to speak to some of the information that's being disseminated to child welfare directors and people around what this is saying out there. But she's not here, so that's just the overview and summary of that. Thank you.
Hi. A little bit ahead of our agenda, so maybe at this time we can open the floor for maybe some questions or clarifications you might have on this issue. Is very important to the families because of its potential impacts, and I know many families through the nations are touched by this because of real life situations where some of the things that we need for children are not provided on the nation. So Janice, and at the same time it is very problematic when it's been sort of relegated to one area of the country to speak on behalf of the whole country. It's just not very practical. We're very diverse right across the nation here, so. So anybody? Yeah. Come on ahead. There's a mic here.
Thank you for that, Janice. I just wanted to know, like, you talked about accepting these things and about this 10-year deadline or the final impacts of it. So I know some reserves have already are accepting funding through Jordan's principle. So are we already jeopardizing, you know, the settlement agreement, and are we putting our people in jeopardy by already accepting it? Is it like some sort of a deadline, or is it after the chiefs make a decision on whether or not they accept the final settlement? Because I know we have a Jordan's Principle program on our reserve, so I'm kind of concerned now about whether or not it's okay for us to continue utilizing those funds. I don't know, I'm just scared, like, I don't want to be part of doing something that's going to jeopardize our children's future. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. I don't have a direct response to your question other than to say I'm going to ask Terrence I'll give him the question and I'll ask him to write a response so that we can share that. What I was going to ask him to do was to draft a template letter in response to the settlement agreement from a treaty inherent right position and jurisdiction on behalf of Onion Lake. And I don't know if we might be able to share that, just have to ask Okamau, but that was what I was gonna get him to do now that we know what the problems and the issues are at a very high level of what this is, just to ensure we have our, I call it laying our evidence down, because if we're always in preparation mode to protect our treaty jurisdiction in case we need to go to court, and part of that is creating good evidence in letters and identifying what your position is on a response to your question. Thank you.
Iga kiano I toahta magoya pizza iskungana magoy vitmahini te utina kuchina so wasaga stehen otski go wio I namas ekse egwan maya asko muigo is tapma ogaya awasak kiway so just in our language, explaining the Jordan's principle, where some students need a little extra help for various reasons due to intergenerational trauma. Seem like we're always penalized, and we're further being penalized now. And then if this government's plan goes through, that's going to be off the table too in 10 years. What are we going to do then? So very serious in our, you know, we have Chapans, grandchildren, and with everything that's happening around us, the air, water being poisoned, the animal habitat being seriously adversely affected, diseases come from there, and problems come from that. So we really have to be thinking out, sort of looking out for ourselves and thinking about potential impacts in the future. So the floor is open for a little while yet, and kind of overworking Janice here. But she's up to the task, I know. Howiak? Okay. So I think she'll need, yeah, okay, oh, sorry, I didn't see her hand. Come on up, there's, or we can get the mic to be taken to you. Can we get one of the helpers to come and help us here? Scapio Set can run the mic for us.
It's on?
Go ahead.
Hi, dati kiwa stagaus ko natigasan moit skapuan houtinia. I got a quick question for you, Janice, and anybody else who can answer this. So earlier you were talking about the Indian Act and how in some ways it benefits us even though there is some prejudice and some within it. So if we wanted to become our own sovereign nations, we would have to have our own laws, correct? So in order to have those own laws, you were saying that in the Indian Act, the land and the taxes are kind of the thing that we have going for us in there. Couldn't we just put that within our own laws so eventually we would have our own kind of sovereign nation?
That's one of the strategies that we identified as the laws group, is the need to prioritize law development specifically around lands, citizenship, governance, and leadership, because the components that are trapped, I'll use the word trapped in the Indian Act. One, the most important thing is our land that's trapped in there. And we need a legal mechanism that is outside of the 3 options that Canada currently has developed for us, which is the modern treaties, the self-government,
Can you turn off that mic?
and the opt-in legislation, which is the First Nations land management, from the B&A Act, which keeps that direct tie with the British Crown. And so when they empty that out, there's no need to have a 9124 anymore, which is where we derive our their fiduciary obligation to give us funding and money for us to operate and survive the way that we have been for over 140 years. So we have to come up with options to protect those elements, because in the absence of anything for ourselves, those apply. So that's the challenge that we have right now, is finding a legal mechanism that is based to protect our lands, our governance, leadership, continue to have tax exemption.
Just an announcement, sorry to interrupt, but students from Onion Lake are asked to go to the bus. It's 2:30 now. And thank you, students, for being here. Let's give them a round of applause. Hi, hi.
So what I'm hearing is that we have to figure out how to put that in a law for our own nation. Well, what makes it so hard though?
When you talk about sovereignty, you go on my mind, how do we enforce it? That's where law development comes into play. That's the road that we've been taking all along. We go through a process where our people are involved in part of the law development, and once it's agreed upon, that's what we put into a referendum. I want to go back a bit. I always reiterate the importance of our ceremonies. Kaskutumaya, the one that we're having on this September 18 and 19th is the smoke lots. And that's where we had to rely on external elders to come and show us how it's conducted on protocol and all of that. When we developed ours, convention law, I kind of modeled it towards the Sundance lots. But we need to go higher now that I realize that, and that's the actual law lots, even not the smoke lots. And that's where we need to start from. We can do it because we went as far as a government not even acknowledging our laws that they exist within our nation. Now, with the conclusion, like I said when we met with them just last week, now they said they acknowledge. Magiwa. As long as they acknowledge if we want to be a sovereign nation, we shouldn't be asking government. We will. Kiano, our people are the one. We will. That's where the power base is. They give us the mandate, so why ask government? That's how far we got is acknowledgement, but we want the term recognized, right? The recognized, and they refuse to do that right now. So when it comes to law development, it's important that you get yours in place. Because if you don't have anything in place, the provincial or the federal laws will apply. You heard through our presentation of all the bills that have been passed that are going against our rights. So I thought, I don't know if that helps, but it's an open invitation where all nations, every nation, whoever wants to come to bring in your print and protocol, you'll be prayed for that you achieve what you want to achieve, I guess, as a nation.
Okay, maybe we'll take one or two more questions on this. How, Ksinis? Elder Rennie Paul Puhtagak.
Shut your mic off. I guess I first want to start out by thanking Uma Lewis and the rest of the Onion Lake people for gathering here in this last or the next couple of days. I think what I want to talk about is going to be a bit more about touching on what Janice talked about. And there's somebody's mic is on because I'm not usually that squeaky. Okay, but when we're talking about the agreement on child welfare as one of them, and I'm gonna draw a bit more into what Janice talked about, the strategies we need to build. And I think clearly we first are going to say, in Alexander, I know we're working very hard and developing and building on our COCOM's law. And for us, there's a little bit of a conundrum, if you may, about what some interests are that are part of where we're going with the COCOM's law. It's all about child welfare. It's all about the program and services, but I think what we've been saying for years and years and years in the way that we've described it is COCOM's had the authority to take care of their grandchildren, their chapans. That's always been there, and I know in Alexander we've advocated that, we've supported it, we understood it, and we accepted it. So I think one of the things we're caught in a real bad situation, and it's about chasing the agenda. I get really concerned when we're chasing these agendas. I'm not saying any of you are. You might, well, maybe you are, I don't know. But the agenda very clearly is what the government's got on the table. And when I'm talking about chasing the agenda, it's always a reminder, and Nogama always brought it up good about what our laws are, but I think what we need to do is go half-assed on chasing that agenda, but clearly we need to go back and fix the issue about the Royal Proclamation and the British North American Act 9124. Not do anything to deprive us of that, of what was provided for us through that. Because really, when you look at it, and I've been saying this for years, and I'm just wondering, you know, is anybody paying attention? Is anybody really listening to the fact that the British North American Act, if the Queen's Law, there's no way that Canada can change the British North American Act. We know that. We've seen it. They can't change 9124. We know that that's not a possibility. So I think one of the things we need to be aware of as you're building your strategy is let's pay more attention. Let's bring Canada to the table and say, we're not concerned about your Section 35. We don't want anything to do with that. What we're looking for is because 9124 Indians Land Reserve for Indians basically provided the opportunity for the Dominion of Canada to ensure that the treaty obligations were fulfilled by Canada. That's clearly what we need to do. We need to go in that direction, because if we keep chasing that Section 35 agenda, we're going to go crazy. We're going to keep going in circles and circles. So we need to put a stop to that, but we need to concentrate a full scale, all out, sit down, knock them out, drag them out session on what 9124 is. Because the minute, there's no way, if we consent to allowing 9124 to change, we're dead in the water. But if we can push hard to go forward with what we believe 9124 to be, we understand it to be, and we concentrate on that, put Canada on notice that we will not subscribe to anything other than 9124. That is I believe that it's a challenge. It's a really big issue to deal with, but it's one that we need to be mindful of. We need to go forward with something like that. I mean, I understand and appreciate all the work that Janice has done. I know you have Sharon Venn, who was a part of your working group or whatever. And her and I have had some real good debates about what 9124 means. We've talked, and we feel strongly that, or I should speak for her, but I feel strongly that if we don't concentrate on 9124, we're going to accidentally step across the boundary of the issue around the treaty. What does the treaty mean? We're going to step across that. The Queen provided to the Dominion of Canada is what we need to protect ourselves. Without that, like I say, we're going to be chasing that agenda until the cows come home. And that's not a good place for us to be. I would say, I don't know if there's, I don't know who could do it, or on working on the understanding of what 91. Because if we can't do that and we keep chasing the agenda, we're, like I said, we're going to be dead in the water, and it's no place for us to go. You want to talk the element of reverting back and operating under 9124 is where we got to go. Excellent. Aye.
Hi, thank you for that, Rennie, and you're right, because many elders I talked to, I asked them about that very thing, And they said, no, we didn't allow the Queen and her people to run our affairs. They were just given the responsibility to fulfill the treaty. Very simple, but it's went to, you know, in all kinds of directions other than that. And there's thinkers here in this country, lawyers even, not Janice, but others that I know that are using this language. They're saying Section 35 rights, and that's very scary stuff. It's like we're subscribing that they are Section 35 and not inherent in, which is really what they are. So really take your point. Thank you. I said one more question, okay. Unless there's somebody else that really needs a clarification or get it off their chest, then we can move on. We're at 2:40 now. We have one more? Okay, you only have half hour, John. Just kidding. But please be to the point. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to back up on that sovereignty. And we were talking about being sovereign on the nation and what do we have to do to be sovereign. Well, when you think back about it, there's a lot of things that we have to overcome, and there's a lot of different laws that were put in place to keep us to where we're sitting. The NRTA, 1896 maybe, that was put into place where Indians can only hold so much land, so much implements, so much seed, right down to the numbers. And we weren't allowed to have much cows and all that other stuff, the horses. That's one of the laws that is in the way from our own sovereignty. And it affects all the First Nations and National NRTA, National Treaty Resource Act. And that's just what I'm thinking, that we have to dig deeper and go further back. Sama.
Thank you. Just for record purposes, your name?
Roseanne.
Okay, hi, thank you very much. And yeah, that's something that's been debated for quite a while. And just recently there was an NRTA meeting in Lower Fort Garry, is it? Make it, I was committed to another event that time, but I don't know who went. Did anybody go from? No. I know Chief Jacko from Cold Lake went. Anyway, that's still an ongoing discussion, and I believe, where did I hear the next NRTA is going to be? Any idea? James Smith, okay. I thought I heard it, but he's going to be here this afternoon. Maybe he can speak a little bit on that. Okay, thank you so much, and your recommendations are well taken and included in the discussion here, along with directives like what Elder Rennie mentioned here today. So, and surprise, Sharon, I believe, is in London now. So she does a lot of research, and she's found a lot of documentation over there that you can't find anywhere else. The powers that be don't want us to get our hands on those. And ikata, to tell you the truth. And the only way that we can find out is somebody goes there and they know what they're looking for. You hire a white researcher, many times they won't get to the bottom of what it is you want them to research. So, so maybe with that, we'll just move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the laws update. And Janice is stuck up here, so turn it over to her. Go ahead.
Just to go back in time, back in 2012, we had summoned through protocol Keanu, our own lawyers that knows our way into the Keanu. So having said that, the first call out, there was about 12 that showed up in Janice, or maybe as much as 16. And we had an initiation ceremony for our lawyers, Keanu, stating that in time we will be needing your expertise. Some of us, I know that we have lawyers that Monyawang our ways, Keanu, what our people they do. So when you laws, and that means Legal Ancestral War Society. That's the acronym. So most recently, Hasemi last year, in fact, we had to call him back after the ski dancing. And that's where Janice said that a few of them showed up, maybe 4 or 5 of them showed up. And now they were the ones that were given the mandate to do a review of what was done, just like in similarity with the red paper at the time. So at one moment the work is ongoing, Mevads, and I acknowledge them. And this is the beauty of it, Keanu. Keanu, we can utilize our own people. That's all about sharing resources, funding. So I'll open the floor to Janice to kind of recap and summarize the work that they have done. Maga, one thing that we need to be mindful of, when they fought the white paper, 69 white paper at the time, where did our elders go? And it's to the mountains. They had their ceremonies, everything. And that's why we succeeded. So that's my recommendation. Whenever they have a draft in place, put in a plan going forward, we should go over there as well. Take our elders over there. So I'll give you the floor, Janice, and I thank you for all the work that you have done. I know you're bombarded with your and that can answer the questions legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Okamo. So I had a PowerPoint, but I'm just gonna go over from what I've done, not what I've done, what the team has done, but I compiled a PowerPoint that summarized that. So as Okamo mentioned, once recall at last year's Treaty 6 gathering, we talked amongst ourselves and we said that the best way to move forward would be to start in ceremony. So there's 4 of us on this team that are trained in law and lawyers. There's myself, there's Tamara Starblanket, Terrence Douglas, who's Mohawk. Tamara Starblanket is Cree from Atakakup, and Sharon Venn. And then we work closely with Ochis, their technician that supports us. In November of last year, and we organized a 3-day workshop to discuss, like we all came in person, we met to discuss everything that had gone over here of what's happening, and then we spent a whole day to talk about what would need to go into what we were calling back then a red paper of today. What would we need to put in there so that our people would recognize and be able to see what the problems are, the way that I went through them earlier. So we created a map, an outline of what that would look like. And the Treaty Governance Office in Onion Lake was tasked with organizing this team. And I have to also say that the financial support that Onion Lake paying for their legal fees to be able to do this work, because it's not we have to pay people to be able to participate in this. And so I want to acknowledge Onion Lake for doing that on behalf of the nations that are in Treaty 6 in order to bring forward what the issues and concerns are so that the rest of the Treaty 6 nations can benefit from the work. So when we started, we referred to this work and the document as a red paper, but during the course of the work, we talked amongst ourselves and we realized that we need to frame the work and the concept within our original language of Nihiawewen. We haven't come up with the concept or the term that is going to explain what this is, but basically it will be something that articulates our position from our own worldview and laws. And one, Terrence, who's the Mohawk lawyer, he does a lot of work with Anishinaabe and Cree peoples across the country. And his part of the work is based on the concept of Miigwesowin, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But I'm just going to provide the outline was so you kind of get an idea of what's going in here. But we're not calling this a red paper, it's going to be something else. So we start with who we are and grounding ourselves in the teachings that have been passed on generationally on the spirit and intent of the treaty and the words of the elders. The second part is how we got here. So then we're going to outline the assimilation process from the original red white paper, red paper to now, to show that the agenda is still the same. The only thing that's changed is the words that Canada is using to explain what it is. It's gone from being outright explicit in terminating us to now language of reconciliation. So it's really difficult to pinpoint and identify that they're committing ongoing genocide, which they are, because they're language of reconciliation. And then the other part under that treaty nationhood is tying us back to the treaty relationship, going back to the wampum belts and the Royal Proclamation and Section 9124. Where's Rainey? He would be happy. And then going through what today's white paper agenda is, which is basically everything I talked about. And the piece that Tamara is working on is looking at what is happening now as the continuation of genocide through the assimilatory process as a project. And the words that she uses to explain this, I was trying to find the piece that she drafted on this, because she wrote a whole book on genocide, and her analysis of what is happening with the process is basically saying you have assimilated people who have experienced a genocide making decisions on our behalf, which is the whole presentation that Kim did, that are putting us in this situation. And it's so nuanced. This is why we have to go through this analysis so our own people understand this is, and the intricacy of the simulatory process. So then we are going through the domestic issues, the international legal remedies, and how we can implement the treaty, which speaks to the solutions that we are thinking through and coming up with, which is really based on responding to Loretta's question of law development, because that's the answer. We know that we have these laws, we do, but we just have to write parts of them down, not the sacredness of them, just the parts that we can speak about publicly and can be written on paper, because we've always had these laws. We just need to revitalize them for ourselves to protect the existing jurisdiction that we know that we have because we're sovereign. And then the other piece is to get the funding to be able to continue to live the way that our ancestors intended is the treaty-based funding mechanism, which is what Okama Lewis spoke about. So we have all these pieces in, this big puzzle, but it's just a matter of putting it together in this document to lay it out as a decolonized framework that's a step-by-step process so that nations can see where are you at, what do you need to do, and here's how we maneuver through this very complicated, intricately created process by Canada to get us to terminate ourselves. So that's what we're working on right now. We haven't finalized this document, but we are in the process of doing that. And I just wanted to quickly speak to some of the work that Terrence had done in this, because his piece was, his part he called the Migosuin Manifesto, which is basically these laws from time immemorial. And it's been there, it's in our language, it's in our ceremonies. We need to just bring that forward now and start moving with that instead of relying on these other colonial pieces of laws that how we live, how we function, and really stepping. So his whole piece is based on that and framing our work in original laws and governance structures, which is basically what I often refer to as ceremonial governance instead of governance that we've been forced to live under for so long. So at a very, that's the work that we're compiling in this document to be able to present to our Treaty Alliance nations, and then we would meet with the Crown and just say, you have your plan, it's mapped out in your UNDA action plan, this is our plan. And within the UNDA action plan, and even that document that was a internal secret document memo sent to the Governor General, when I was reading through it this morning, there's pieces in there that tell me that despite them creating these options and processes for us, the language that is in their own document says we have to be open to what First Nations come up with. And that is our out of what they create for us. And we have to be prepared and know how to articulate them back to them and not stray from what our position is to accepting what these other things that they've laid down for us. And when we do that, we'll be okay. Sometimes it can be really gloom and doom reading through all of this stuff because it seems and it looks like we don't have a way out, but we do. and I have to also emphasize and stress that we need to continue to do the ceremonies that our ancestors have always practiced, because that's also a significant part of what moving this work forward is, because we're humans, but we also rely on the spirits that made these treaties to guide us. And everything that we've been doing has also been done in ceremony. And we've been asking for help by those spiritual grandfathers and grandmothers to guide us and give us the words to be able to write these documents in a way that government people can understand, respect, but also doesn't deter from what our position is that's framed in our own laws, worldview, and treaty jurisdiction. So without getting into too much details around that, that's a very high level overview to say that we have a strategy, we have a document that is a work in progress, it's finalized, and we just ask for patience because this has been incredibly heavy, difficult work to navigate over the past year with not just limited resources, but also having to navigate the traps that have been set before us to try and deter us away. And the trap that I'm referring to is that Chiefs Committee on Treaties that the AFN tried to pass, which was another way to try and sidetrack people to believe that Canada's listening and getting us to believe that they want to do something about the treaties, but it's a trap. So I'm just going to end there because I've done a lot of talking today and I feel this work is really heavy and it's tiring, but we continue to work as a team to do this analysis, research, advocacy, organizing, presenting back to the people, treaty peoples, elders, nations, to let you know that we're working on something and there's something being done, and not to feel hopeless and in despair. Hi, hi.
Hi, thank you so much, Janice, and a lot of hard work and perseverance. Egon Maya kaiti tsikihtie ka pokaka mimo te haima ka atuskion. Susquat stegi waimina askitog mawe quipm astat taka katsiniak kanaginguyak yuksaya tanayak tatami kono niwan tatami hogaya Onion Lake higo kaya yakamimo tsig yakamita ke ata higo ka ihaimak maga aimanoke iski inipoya migatsoma. So thank you, very much appreciated, and ceremonial part is very, very important. And but has anybody been to Jasper lately? I haven't since the big fire. Just wondering how things are over there. And but it would be a good idea to go back and do the ceremony, probably at least once a year. Yeah. Apparently the ceremonial site was not affected, but the rest of it, even the hotels, I hear some of them got damage and all that. So, but anyway, I think, like she said, it's a high-level update on what is being done, and it's really hard because they're having to work probably online, right? Back and forth through email and all that. So, did you have a time frame where you are thinking of completing it? by the end of this month. Wow, a lot of work. But so at this point, maybe people have questions. However, there was one other thing here that Ogamau was thinking about to add on to the agenda, and maybe I'll explain why this part is so important.
This year marks the 148th anniversary. The 150th is coming within 2026. There was discussion, Sota, and Eric and AJ. Is AJ awake already, or is he still sleeping? We need him here.
Go and shake the trailer.
Shake the trailer, somebody. Because, like I said, all the key people are here. I was just questioning the audience. Would we have enough audience here to make maybe just like going forward how we can develop a planning committee? Because there's lots of money at Heritage Canada is what I'm hearing. So in order to get a bit better prepared, maybe we should start a planning committee so that they can start planning. Okay?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to this. For a while now, I've been thinking about this and been keeping, when it was Vern, I was kind of keeping them updated. And now that Leon is there, I'm trying to keep him as updated as I can. Not long ago, just last Friday, I spoke to people from Heritage Canada, and so they're going to be sending us the proper documentation. Of course, we can download everything nowadays. It's all online. However, I wrote them kind of a long email, and I told them here, and I told them I'd bring it up, and one of the things that thinking of is the way it's going to work out. Just give you a kind of a brief. Each nation, you're going to have your own money to apply for from Heritage Canada going to the 150 year. So Alexander, you can apply, Onion Lake, Ochi. Is part of the, maybe not Ochis right now, because theirs is not going to be here for a little while, but of course, Treaty 6 in general, is going to be celebrated. So whether or not they entered into an adhesion in 54 or 50, still they're part of this celebration. So what I'm saying is you're each going to be able to apply for a pot of money, and there's deadlines. I saw them all in the email, and we'll make those available to everybody. But you can do it yourself. Just go to Heritage Canada, and I'll give you the contacts that I have. AJ was recommending, and I don't think Eric disagrees, that it can be one committee for both here and Hamilton, because as we know, the treaty started and it was completed here, and the rest are adhesions. If we can put in place a committee, no some resources somewhere to be able to start from Heritage Canada after this meeting, that I would and let her know that who's going to be on the committee and people are going to be. And the beauty of this, and Alexander knows this, the people at Fort Edmonton Adhesion, we did a lot of work on this already, and there was no money to be had. So we had to beat the bushes and get money here and there. And thanks to the city of Edmonton who gave us the money for the actual monument. And that's one thing that I'm recommending, since we already own the mold, and that was quite a bit of money to just to do that part of it. And I also talked to Studio West out of Cochrane, Alberta. That's where the mold is. And they said it wouldn't be a lot of work to change a date, because the one there now says 1877, which was the adhesion at Fort Edmonton. They changed it to 1876, and so they would do that on the huge monument. Some of you have already seen it in Edmonton. It's at the legislature grounds. And if you haven't, when next time you're in Edmonton, just drop by there, have a look at it. It's really awesome, beautiful monument. And they can also make the small ones, the replicas. They're you know, you can carry them. They're pretty heavy, but probably each and every one of our nations could get one for the 150th anniversary, maybe two. Put one in your office, put another one in the school, and in the case of Saddle Lake, they have a museum. Probably put one in the museum too. Yeah, they had a museum. I think they still have it. So, yeah. So, yeah. So that's just an update, and in 2025, I believe there's three deadlines. In order to have enough time to and to actually get the monument made. And what I'm having done this before is to Fort Carlton. Let's put one there, and let's put one here. And we probably could depend on the elders here. Where would be the best place than that monument? And here is a good place because there's no problem with the lay of the land, the ground. In Fort Edmonton, boy, it was really difficult because right close to where the fort was, where the negotiations took place, they built a tunnel underneath there. So we had to put it so we missed the tunnel and all kinds of other sort of excavation. They had to be aware of archaeological, because it's an archaeological site. So there was all those problems. Here we shouldn't have that problem. Fort Carlton, so really kind of looking forward to this, because we did a lot of the legwork already. And I believe the new forms that we have to fill out, they're not so different. And the committee I was working with over there in Edmonton, we did the write-ups and all that. We just have to change it a little bit for this area, the population here, because they ask all that. What kind of support do you have? What's the population? And how is it going to add to the common good of everybody in the area, not only our people, but also the settler people, how it would help them to better understand the treaty and what it's all about. So that kind of work we've already done a lot of the drafting and the writing on there. And then we have, of course, the laws people that could probably help us out. And just a little update on the one in Edmonton. It got vandalized. I couldn't believe it. One of the most secure places in the city of Edmonton. They got security guards and all that, but it's kind of down closer towards the river, so you can drive right around that whole area. So maybe some redneck kids stopped in there and they pried off a couple of the plaques, but other than that, no more damage. We'll just have to replace the plaques. And one thing we as the committee, I'm counting myself in already, but whoever the committee is going to be is to work on the plaques. What you can do is tell the story on the plaques right around the monument. And we can work together on that. The history, who was all part of it, and the whole story about it. And we could even probably put another set of plaques, because it's very hard. It's limited what you can put around the base. But if you have an information place right beside it too, that would really help out. And so, yeah, that's about what I wanted to report to you today. And I'm looking forward to helping out in whatever capacity I can be an advisor or whatever. But the plaques, the committee, the elders, they could help us out on that to tell the story. And one of the things is at least one of them we have to use both English and French, because they're the two so-called official languages of Canada. But we can definitely use our own language, Cree, Dene, Nakota, Anishinaabe. We can, and it should be a requirement too. We should put that on there. The nations that are represented within Treaty 6 territory. But finally, one other thing is that the province can also get involved. They have money too. And I was telling Ogimao, you should really put the bug in the provincial government's ear here and see they pave that road that kind of ends in the middle of nowhere over here. Why can't they pave that road that comes right down here and make this into a national historic site? Because it's a provincial park right now, but it should be designated a national historic site. Same with Fort Carlton, because if it wasn't for these places where treaty was entered into, there wouldn't be a Canada. So we gotta tell the full story about what the significance of this is to be, not only to us but to all people of Canada. Yeah. So, any more comments on this part? Yeah. Go ahead, Ogumao.
Aside from a lot of planning that needs to take place, there's going to make invitations. 2 years is a long time, enough time for anybody to respond. High-profile people, okay. And just like the Governor General, I had an opportunity to sit in a meeting with the Governor General outlining our concerns. Well, we told her, I told her that, we had written to the Queen asking for assistance. Not to toss us aside because we still hold on to the allegiance. And I told her, when we write to the Queen, you have to go through Canada. That's the same thing. So any correspondence, to just give it to my office and make sure that it goes to the King directly. There's a trip that's being planned, and I want to get Janice to kind of talk about that, where it involves King Charles. I recommend that looks like I have to go, Nista. It's important that I have to go. And I would recommend that, delivering a letter to the king himself directly, asking him in a letter to come to our commemoration 150th. That's worth a try. Governor General shouldn't be as hard because that's still our connection to from the Governor General's office to the Queen directly, but Canada is not really admitting that. They're not really admitting that. I do believe I can make it happen tomorrow. Scheduled in Saskatoon to receive a commemoration medal. Lieutenant Governor of Saskatchewan. I don't really want to leave the meeting. Somebody to go and accept the medal on my behalf. But you want to talk about a little bit about the Samoa trip, and that's coming up in October.
As part of the work that we've been doing, our team, well, mostly Sharon, identified the importance and significance of a delegation of chiefs going and attending what's referred to as CHOGM, or the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, and that's where all of the heads of government within the Commonwealth come together to discuss issues amongst themselves. And that meeting is being hosted in Samoa and taking place from October 21st to 25th. So we're going to be organizing a small delegation, which will include Okama-Lewis, Onion Lake, Sturgeon Lake, probably Ochese, to they're drafted to the king to invite him to this commemoration in 2 years. But also the other purpose of going to the meeting is to discuss the treaty and the treaty relationship, and to remind the Imperial Crown that this treaty is still alive, and we expect His Excellency to remind his little government, Canada, to fall in line and adhere to the promises that they committed themselves under to ensure that this treaty lasts forever, and that what they're doing, and to tell the Crown what Canada's doing to try and get out of trying to get us to terminate our own treaty, and that's not what we agreed to 148 years ago. So that's the working on right now.
Somehow but it's great, all the work that they're doing, and their work is a heavy load. But many years ago, and I'm going to tell a story about Sharon Ben here. I can do that because she's not here. She should have been here. But anyway, many years ago, and Eric talked about the London lobby. We were over there. There was a team of us that were over there, along with that one Lance, that guy from AFN. That's the time when they had an office over there. And they were convinced to shut that down and come back and take the money the government's giving them. Well, we didn't go for that, we stayed over there. And then that's what we were trying to break into back then, sort of somehow get into the Commonwealth Secretariat. And so we had discussions with some of the officials, and then we went to quite a few different countries, and we ended up in Tanzania. That time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, his name was Salim, kind of a weird name, but that was his name. he was nominated to be Secretary General of the UN, and he was also part of the Commonwealth. They're part of the Commonwealth, and we were going to go lobby him to try to help us get our foot into the door of the Commonwealth Secretariat. And when we got over there, first of all, our travel agent kind of messed up. It was the travel agent that the Indian Association used to use. Old Rennie there might know, forget the name of the travel agency, but they booked us one day too late. We're supposed to get into Tanzania on a certain day. We got there the day after, and they came and met us, and they had transportation for us and all that, but since we came too late, we got put way out of town in a big, beautiful resort. Not that I didn't like it, but it was away from where our meeting was supposed to be. But to make a long story short on that part, when we finally got to meet the government of Tanzania, where I was sitting, I was looking out the window and I could see Canadian flags. I seen a helicopter over there. And when we sat down to meet with the Foreign Affairs Minister, he said, well, my hands are tied, he said. Can't help you guys. Canadian government was here just about a week before we got there. And they gave, back in those days, a lot of money, $75 million to Tanzania. So I think it was Sam Bull. He didn't even miss a beat. He said, well, you know what, that money they gave you, that's our money, you're welcome to it. But, you know, we didn't get the help we were hoping to get, but we went to Australia anyway. We went to the CHOGM, they call it, Commonwealth Heads of Government. We couldn't get into the meeting, but we had meetings sort of on the outside. We met with Aboriginal people and other indigenous people that were there, trying to do the same thing, get their foot in the door of the Commonwealth. And that's 43 years ago. And still, the Commonwealth does not have an indigenous unit. And just think, I know hindsight's 2020, but if we would have sort of kicked the door down then, things would be a lot different today. But it's never too late. So I'm really glad what Ogumau Lewis is saying, that they're gonna go over there and see if they can have an audience, or if there's a way you could even get into the meeting, the CHOGM meeting. With all that's happened at the UN, I don't think it's impossible for us to be able to somehow get into that Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. So that's what I wanted to update you on, and Ogumau has something else to add.
Boy, it's not much, it's just just wondering if we can develop a committee moving forward, even the ones that are in attendance, that we can add on. Just like for our part, Nina, and our treaty governance would be the one within the committee. Ivame and I, in terms of the funding, that's Ron knows where the funding needs to be, and he's been talking about this for quite some time, and I'd recommend him also to be on that. Maybe I need to try and tie things together with Fort Carlton by Eric and AJ.
Okay, and any other comments on this? Because it's going to involve quite a bit of work, and probably to get everything started. And Eric was telling me that Beardy's already have a committee, but But I think what they want to do is where Beardy actually entered into treaty at the site where he chose. But no reason the monument that is available, and making the actual mold and all that was a lot of the cost. But now that we own it, it won't be part of that initial cost. And I believe each area up to 200,000 for that kind of a project. You might 200,000. You also have to try to get funding elsewhere. Sort of a combination of monies go towards a project. But I think now they can't refuse us. Back when we were doing the one at Fort Edmonton, they kind of led us on. In the end, they told us, oh, sorry, we can't help you. It has to be in 25-year increments. So 100 year, 125, 150. This time now they can refuse us. And like I said, we've done a lot of the work already, so it'd be just a matter of getting our heads and our minds together and with a plan. Any other comments?
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I had a dream about you guys. Oh, yeah. It was a good dream. Anyway, that the issue on that the planning committee. There are people in here that would be wishing to sit in that planning committee. In here, and some of them are here, and they would like. And if the chief is here to recommend somebody, and maybe a letter to a fax or an email to. If they have somebody that's good at technical planning, I'm in that committee, and I would recommend because they already. Okay, is that okay with you? You be the and as for Scott Bilsek, we'll always be around for a few more years anyway. Most of them are over 75 years old. And
not me.
Meetings, and this is not a long time. This is only 2 years. Start this fall, and the application's got to happen, and each First Nation needs to be informed. Each Treaty 6 First Nation needs to be informed, and keep apprised of the coming event. It's a big event, and we're going to be having at that time 150 years. Somebody's even suggesting special ceremonies on the grounds. When I say special ceremonies, it could be those traditional ceremonies that are going all over our territories. They're coming back. Yeah, a reenactment of the treaty signing, and an invite to the dignitaries. It's got to start now. The invite should start now. Nas niyo mietin, don mietin I say emma tawa skiko me giksep ka skopayan. And the first thing that came to my mind was, our people were here even before treaty time. Before the treaty was made, they used to gather here to get their fall food preparation done. Ekipeni mauniket sukuta kekehteim nan. Pasqual Mushok, egi sihtat pimikan. Maskihki egi nastat for the year, and then they used to go to their winter camp. But in the fall, they gathered here. They even crossed the river here. They gathered here. Matawa skiu makaya te kaya te ka pe sunu mo ne minene te Fort Carlton pe hunani. Te mane ginto pe to chiku mak nakskato chik egi pe hito chik to chmane go egi aswa hake. Pepon na ya utapa ni hawa chik. That's why the government came from Carlton on the river. They came here because they knew the Indian people used to gather here to prepare for the winter, right here. So that's how they got to meet them, and they gave him a lead. They told him they were going to be here, and yes, our people were here. Kaya te ski ni mauni kewa ski pepona tapan hu ski ekutoa komumut. Aha, I'm in agreement.
Hai tapwe. Dagahi tin pieki go iga imam skutaman. Pastiwi asa na putu ga kagim suota. Tansa nektiho timchena.
Boy, my brother.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Pastilia Sisiga Sutanaya, his brother. Anyway, thank you so much for the discussion, and I think we already have the makings of a committee, and I just recommend one thing further. Let's not make a huge committee, but let's make it manageable, but let's leave the door open too. If people want to come and observe, that's fine. But one more recommendation I would make is that we be inclusive. We have, I believe, 5 language groups within our treaty territory. It says I got Nakota and Cree covered, but we have our relatives in Paul and Alexis and Alexander. We got to think about that. Anishinaabe people, we have Ochis. So just try to be inclusive. Yeah. Anything else? Tagaki, tigo skanton pato. Yeah, there's going to be a.
So go guy, mascot go with know who's involved in that. The two is they got drums drawn name and they were backup singer Ernie.
Oh, it's what. Kuyoy naman ma. Kay kon bonito kaya gitaran magaitaman. Ewa hair kaput ni tachis nam. Okay, we're still talking about the committee, and we need good technical people too. So, no doubt, maybe Ogama will appoint maybe one of his technical people to help us out. I remember when we first started this work years ago, the drafting was on me. I had to do most of the drafting, but now these younger people are really good at putting these words together. Okay, well, I think we've exhausted, and I got a funny phone here. It keeps jumping from one time zone to another. Is it 3:40 here right now? 3:40, yeah. So we still have time, and we don't want to overtire anybody, but this guy's not tired, he's just... Okay.
Yeah, there's no opposition on that. If you're in agreement, basically, we'll go ahead with it. A letter will be drafted from my office and notifying the other 36 First Nations, both Saskatchewan and Alberta. Thank you.
Sounds good, Chief. Kahmi Asin. And CC us when you send the letter out. Then. Okay, we still have some time here. Okay.
Just 2 points before, in between, is actually our Treaty 1 to 11. That's who he is. Now, technically, we don't have a spokesperson for Treaty 6. We don't. But already we have a spokesperson from Saskatchewan and Alberta that's in the committee of 11 people. That's Treaties 1 to 11. That's the committee. The spokespersons for each treaty area sit in that committee, and they have not been active. So Eric is going to try to revive that active, but now we're recommending that he sits as the Treaty 6 spokesperson as well. Not just a spokesperson in general, but one of the 11 spokespersons, but he shall be we're recommending that the 11 spokespersons will agree or nominate him to be not the interim spokesperson, but the spokesperson. But we are going to recommend him as the Treaty 6 spokesperson now, as part of that committee. That's the one point. The other thing that we talked about was in our organization, we've been quite an active at or Fort Carlton. We didn't leave them, except I think we get blessed by our old people, the one that passed on. We get blessed by them. That's why we keep that in our hearts and in our minds to come back to Fort Pitt and even come and camp here, come and eat here, come and offer food, come and sweat here, come and raise pipe here. Something keeps us motivated to keep going on that sacred line. Something is blessing us. Eksenanas kumuanan eksis musitaan ute nipayan ute emiu kausumuyan ute emiu wanskayan kikoy ute mahtawa eksekwa ekwanan makunanas kumuan.
Muy sabes niwi tamigiskawi kwant minuta. Yeah, notes we stop it. But anyway, just think about it. One of the options would be that each of the nations bring a teepee here. Let's place up with teepees. We hear in history that there was many that were here and at Carleton during treaty time. Wouldn't that be awesome? And you could include that as part of the fund you'll get for the 150 year is to transport, even to get a teepee made for that purpose, and to transport it, to bring it here, and have the young men set it up, or maybe a woman. But yeah, historically we're better at setting teepees up than us guys. Well, we'll see how it goes. So, with that, so, what do we have for tomorrow, Janice? Should we? Yeah. So we still have an agenda tomorrow. So maybe, if it's okay with everybody, we can
morning at 8.
we can recess now. I know Janice is getting a little tired, looking a little tired.
Breakfast at 9.
Yeah, pipe ceremony again at 8 o'clock in the morning. And of course, there's gonna be a bit of a dance here tonight. And you'll see this guy here.
He's the dancer.
Yeah. And even him and my sister-in-law, they sing a duet. So we might even see that tonight. But Ogemao has Nantotia say, oh, good. Okay, so with that, we'll recess for today.
Till the dance.
And until the dance, I don't know, everybody's on their own for the evening meal. Yeah, for supper time, you're on your own.
There's no supper.
Okay. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good dance this evening, and see you bright and early tomorrow.